My name is Jordan Henshaw.
And my name is Kelly Raybon.
I'm the mechanic.
And I'm the journalist.
Together
we're Try and Prove It.
Someone has been charged with aggravated murder and is facing the death penalty, so we better figure it out, right?
How do we tell the difference between an assertion that is true and an assertion that is false?
You've got to start with all of the evidence, and you don't have all the evidence just yet.
Okay, well, I have no idea. Whoever, but it's a dot.
Where's the dot?
Right there.
Science is not absolute. It doesn't say this is what happened for sure. It says this is the best explanation we have.
3, start sequence. 1. If one picture is worth 1,000 words, one field demonstration is worth 100 internet conspiracy theories. I'm gonna ask something at the risk of, being wrong, okay? But we're all just friends here. We're all just talking.
Good night, everyone. We have a special guest for you tonight, and then we are going to go into some other stuff. But tonight we have Adam Bartholomew, Life is Driving, in the studio here with us tonight. What we are doing is we're going to talk to him. We're going to interview him for a little while, and then we're going to walk through and comment on the video for a little while. And then we have a lot of new developments in the Charlie Kirk case, particularly with Candace Owens, who has been doing very well recently. And we're going to look through some of the new developments in the case that she's brought forward. So it's going to be a packed episode tonight. We have a lot of exciting stuff going on tonight, so you'll definitely want to tune in. So, Adam Bartholomew, if you have ever seen that one video that's like an hour long, that's just a guy doing a live stream at UVU starting 20 minutes before the shooting happens, covering the shooting, and then for like 40 minutes after the shooting, that was filmed by Adam Bartholomew, and he's here in the studio tonight. So why is that video so important? Why do so many people do so much coverage of that video and do these live streams where you just go over every last frame? The world has changed in a really interesting way. If you look at JFK, the JFK assassination, we have very limited access to that crime scene. We have like 1 or 2 videos, and they're very short and very crummy. We don't have access to that crime scene. Imagine, though, if you had someone with modern technology, with a modern camera, who walked that scene, who was standing in the crowd, who was looking at the depository building, who was standing on the grassy knoll, filming all this stuff before, during, and after the JFK assassination. That would be so incredible for people investigating that case. We didn't have it back then because technology hadn't caught up, but we have that now. His video, Mr. Bartholomew's video, is the closest thing we have to being there in person and really understanding what it was like to be there that day, which is really important for the investigation, right, Kelly?
Absolutely. Video evidence can be everything. And what is so unique about the Life is Driving video is that, he was there on scene and rolled the entire time. Now, his live stream did get cut out, but, he has essentially an hour-long video that was absolutely from that day. And that speaks volumes over a small little clip here and there, especially something that may have been released weeks, months later.
Mm-hmm. So we are very grateful towards Mr. Bartholomew for, making this available to the general public and keeping it public so that everyone can have this access and this understanding of what happened. So I'm going to bring him on here in a second, but we did have a chance to speak briefly in the pre-show. He is a political, he likes to talk to the people who protest. That's his passion. That's who he likes to talk to. He wants to understand the other side of the story at some of these events and at other events and problems across the country. So that's what he's about. And we're really happy that he's able to come on the show and share his experience of what happened at UVU on 9/10. So here he comes. Hey, thanks for coming on the show.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
So what we're going to do, we're going to talk a little bit, and then we're going to play through some of the video, and I'm going to let Kelly take it on from there.
I mean, Adam, thank you again so much for being here. And your video has really been just instrumental, I think, to the investigation. What's interesting is for people on both sides, really, of the what happened to Charlie debate. Can you talk to us a little bit about your background and just how you ended up there to begin with?
Sure. My background, as far as just videoing protests, that was basically my background. I got involved in the scene politically because I felt like, I experienced the Democrat Party's caucus up in Washington State during the COVID, where they had over 300 people show up to the precinct caucus, and at my own Republican caucus, we had less than 30. And they had paid membership tiers and volunteers, and they used the paid membership money to pay for apparatus of people that would go out and help the campaigns, filming campaign events, doing social media coverage, and that kind of thing. And so that's how I started. I started filming political events, and then you might remember the Chaz Chop Zone, the protests that happened in Seattle. We had how I got into that was I started hosting these Reopen Washington protests, rallies to protest against the COVID lockdowns. And they started out with, a few dozen people and grew to over 2,500 people showing up to the steps on Seattle City Hall. And my first instance of going viral was creating a little short of one of the protests that had showed up, a counter protest to our event at Seattle City Hall, where you had a line of these Antifa black bloc, black clad people, showing up with homemade shields that they'd made out of plywood. And I juxtaposed that with the line of guys from the movie 300, where they all have their shields and they all hold the line. And that was the first time that anything I ever did really went viral, was that little clip. And from there, I went on to film the Chaz Chop Zone when CNN came out and said that Fox News had faked a guy with an AR-15 guarding the entrance to the Chop Zone, and it was a very real person there. But what they had done was they had removed the background from him and placed him in front of a fiery background. You had fires burning at the Chop Zone, and you had guys with AR-15s guarding the entrances. They combined the two very real images. Well, CNN deemed that fake. And they said, and Brian Stelter even went out and said that guy didn't exist, that was totally manufactured. And I went out and filmed that same guy with my camera and put it out there on social media to kind of counteract what I perceived to be a fake narrative. So that was kind of my whole thing. And then I would talk to protesters, and the same thing when we moved to Utah during the lockdowns. We have the same thing going on. We have protests. Seemed like every summer you have different events, and I do a lot of protest coverage. I do a lot of political debate for the Republican Party. I donate a lot of my time filming and live streaming the debates. And I have essentially a mobile studio with multiple cameras and like 14 microphones, lapel mics, and I can mic everybody up. And I've just grown it piece by piece. Like I'll have a debate where my equipment is insufficient, and so I'll get something else and add it to my my kit, and it just grows from there. So now I've got a pretty good setup, and I can go and handle these debates, get the word out for you. When you have for example, let's say the local state House of Representatives or the local county clerk. Those are elections that I'm a big believer in county over country. I think that local political stuff is more important and it has more of an effect on your daily life. So when you have people that show up to caucus on an afternoon in February, not everybody can, commit all this time, take time off of work to show up and attend all these different events where you'll get somebody who I've met lots of Democrats here in Utah that say, if you want to have a voice in Utah politics outside of Salt Lake City, you have to register as a Republican. And the only way to kind of vet those candidates and make sure that there's somebody who really truly holds your values versus is masquerading as a Republican, in a skin suit, is to go and talk to them in person and ask them questions at these debates and then get their answers out to the other, delegates that are
Yeah.
going to go vote for these people in the nomination convention.
So given your interest clearly in politics and also your expanding arrangement of gear and whatnot, I mean, is this something that you do full time or purely a hobby?
Purely a hobby.
Purely a hobby. Got it.
I spend my own money, take my own time off of work to do these kinds of things.
Mm-hmm. So you have a job completely independent of the live streaming and the protests. Yeah. And so had you ever covered a Charlie Kirk case before September 10th? Or not a case, but an event? Yeah,
I've covered 2 different Charlie Kirk events before this one. One in Washington State, there's a church called the House Church, and Charlie came to that church, and back then during the 2020 election cycle, I was using a tripod and cell phone, a couple different phones on the same tripod type of situation, one to get the crowd, one to get the event. So I had that Charlie Kirk event where he came and spoke at a church. And then here in Utah, back in 2022, I want to say, the Riverton mayor, Trent Staggs, became the nominee for, I think for Senate, maybe. Well, let's see. Anyway, he was running for Senate or Congress or something, and against John Curtis, our current senator. And Trent Staggs was supported by Charlie Kirk. And Charlie Kirk came in a high school theater room. Not really, it's like an auditorium with a stage, Mm-hmm. They hosted an event there, and then they took questions. And one of those clips actually did pretty well, where Charlie kicked a guy out of the. Some guy came in, asked Trent Staggs about his bankruptcies, and accused him of foisting his debt upon the public, that kind of thing. And Trent Staggs didn't want to comment on it, and Charlie Kirk was like, "Oh, I'll answer the question," and he gave an answer and equated it to some of the businesses that Trump has had that, that might not be the same situation with Trent Staggs, but he kind of equated the two and then kicked the guy out, and it was kind of a funny moment. So yeah, I've done 2 different Charlie Kirk events before this one.
Okay, and then how far in advance did you learn about the UVU event?
I'd heard about it. I heard that it was coming, and I kind of so I check in on the local protest people on their social media feeds on Instagram and TikTok and what used to be Twitter, and they have some Facebook groups as well. And so I check in on those to see when people are planning to protest. And I had checked in a couple of times, and I'd known that there was going to be protesters. So, and I don't know the timeline. I think I have some screenshots from the weeks leading up to that event. I don't think the exact date or something was I can't remember exactly, but I knew a week in advance for sure that there was going to be a protest.
So it wasn't like a long time in advance, because I recall that there was talk about, a protest, even a petition, right, on
Yeah.
one side of the issue, and then a petition on the other side of the issue too. And frankly, like the protest side was pretty paltry. Like it was not a, a big turnout on the petition. And then I think, we can talk about it in a few minutes, but even the protesters that we saw, at least on camera, were, kind of so. Like, how would you classify the protesters that you saw on that day compared to what you've seen previously?
Most of them were young kids. There wasn't a lot there. There's quite an organized movement of these of guys wearing black bloc and ski masks and stuff that show up to the No Kings stuff up in Salt Lake. I've covered multiples of those before and after the Charlie Kirk event. There wasn't a lot of those people there. There was mostly just young kids and, some of them with dyed hair, that kind of thing. But there was a fair amount of protesters that day, but not a gigantic turnout. And I have screenshots of and I think I saved some archives of that petition because it was removed after the fact, but yeah, that was definitely a thing. People were trying to prevent him from coming, and there was, their schedule had come out in, quite a bit in advance, I think. And so we knew for a few weeks that the first stop on his tour was going to be UVU. So they had plenty of time to do that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Was it the turnout that you expected?
Yeah, fair amount. I mean, the crowd was very large in support of Charlie Kirk, or, I think a lot of people maybe weren't there specifically, but to support him, but just there to, see what was going on. But Charlie Kirk definitely drew a crowd every time that I've been to cover him back in 2020, for example, at that church. They had their main church venue, and then there was a gigantic auditorium where they held like dances and socials and stuff. That thing was they moved it from the main church area into the auditorium, and then it was totally packed to the gills, and there was people standing outside that, it was standing room only inside. I didn't show up early to that, and it was standing room only. There was a ton of people there. So even back in 2020, he was drawing a big crowd.
Do you remember anything about the security at that event in 2020?
There was Proud Boys that were routinely security for the church, and they were there that day as well. Mm-hmm. So just some
from Proud Boys, you said?
Yeah, Proud Boys did security for the church every Sunday because that church had refused to close down. Jay Inslee, the governor at the time, had ordered all churches to close down for COVID, and that church specifically refused to. And they got people that were showing up in person to, protest them refusing to shut down. And so the Proud Boys had stepped in and started showing up every single Sunday to guard the entrance and, protect the churchgoers.
I think I'd heard of that, happening in some places, but I'm curious since you mentioned that, because then there was this whole, I think potentially Proud Boys tie-in with TPUSA and Charlie and January 6th and all that. I mean, do you know anything about that?
I'm familiar with it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm wondering if that's the reason why they chose that church, or
I think the Proud Boys, they'd stepped up to do security for, I think Michelle Malkin and who's the blonde?
Not Tommy.
No.
Was it?
Ann Coulter. So they,
Ann Coulter. Okay.
yeah. So when she had showed up
From way back.
like
Gotcha.
University in California, there was,
Mm-hmm.
a bunch of stuff going on. And so those guys have stepped up to do security for a lot of, people in that kind of situation where you have these groups of extremists coming to shut down your event, whatever it may be, whether that's a Sunday service during COVID, or, an Ann Coulter event. The Proud Boys have done a lot of that kind of stuff. So I'm familiar with what they do. So, and I asked them if they were Proud Boys at that church, and they said yes. So
Now
they had
the
patches on and stuff.
folks UVU 910, the folks who you were in the group online on social media, the folks who wanted to protest, what was their goal?
Well, they wanted to get Charlie's event canceled. That's one of the reasons they did the petition, because they wanted UVU to shut him down. They didn't want him to be allowed to speak.
And but once you were there that day, I mean, did you really see that much of an effort that seemed, I don't know, visceral? That, like, I just know, so I live in Houston, for example, and I mean, I've seen some protests, and it's just like, kind of looking back, it didn't seem like the protesters were all that serious, but you were there, so give us a little more.
I think
insight.
Utah definitely doesn't have the level of protest that a lot of other states have. They had a good turnout at the No Kings rallies, both of them, the one before and the one after. So they can definitely turn out a crowd in Salt Lake City. But Orem, is 30, 40 minutes south of Salt Lake City, and Utah County is a Republican stronghold. So it's not the largest scene, in my opinion. Definitely not. It's definitely not like doing an event somewhere in Seattle or something. So, or Berkeley, California. So I think that's probably one of the reasons that security was so lax at UVU, was because they kind of had a familiar. They probably had similar people show up to his events, and weren't expecting much. I don't think anybody was expecting much that day.
Mm-hmm.
What did you notice about the security that day?
I didn't notice security at all. There was the No Kings rally that was a few weeks before that, or a month and a half before that event. One of the No Kings security people shot a fellow protester, a guy that was showing up to do Second Amendment protest. He was open carrying an AR, and one of the security guys saw him kind of entering the protest area and took him to be somebody that's going to commit a mass shooting. He wasn't. He was a fellow protester on the same side of the aisle as them that had showed up to multiple protests with his gun and doing the open carry thing, kind of march in support to defend the protesters. And so it was really a mix up. They shot him and killed another protester. So a third guy that was just there to protest got killed that day. And so while I was walking into the Charlie Kirk event, I was carrying all my gear, and I was walking through I entered the same way that I had entered in April of that year for the Republican convention at UVU. The state convention was there, and there was mass security at the state convention. We had to go through metal detectors, and somebody checked every piece of my equipment. They opened up the SD card slot on my camera. I mean, they checked everything. And going into the Charlie Kirk event, I was walking alongside some girl, some student, a college student, who was not in class that day, but she had come to campus just to see Charlie Kirk. And we were chatting about how, and I had mentioned, I'd come up these stairs the last time I was here, and there was metal detectors, and we said, oh yeah, there was a the last event I was at was the No Kings rally, and there was a shooting. And I had said, I hope there's nothing like that here. But we had both remarked on how there was no security. I was able to walk in, with my black bag, tactical looking bag, and with a tripod sticking out of the top, like the guy from Ninja Turtles with the hockey sticks, like. So I had all my gear poking out, and I was carrying stuff, and I started yarding stuff out of my bag in the middle of the crowd, and there was no security. So
I started my TV career as we called it one-man band. So I understand that the gear, the backpack, the hands full of all the things all too well. So when you were going to actually, sorry, let me ask this too. Did you have to sign up ahead of time online, like get a ticket?
I think there was, let me think about this. No, we had to sign up for I think we signed up for the Trent Staggs one, but there was nobody checking tickets. But at this one, I don't think there was. There might have been a sign up thing. I think I might have heard that from somebody, but I don't think I signed up for anything. I just showed up.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately they didn't check tickets anyway, but I've spoken to several people who
I
said
think that's right. They had a sign up deal, but nobody got checked.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. And so
what kind of information did you have to provide in that? Just your name, first, last name?
Let me see if I have an email from that registration here. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, of course. And for those who are joining us in the last few minutes, we are talking to Adam Bartholomew he is from Utah. He is, among other things, a videographer, very involved in recording political events, and his handle on YouTube is Life is Driving. He's the one who recorded the live stream and ultimately about an hour-long video from UVU on September 10th.
Which is a gold mine of information on the case that we very much appreciate.
So
Cat's Three Dogs, he did say that he has covered 2 Charlie Kirk events before 9/10. K. Annie Clash says, certainly the protesters didn't seem aggressive from his footage. I would agree with that. While we wait on that,
I'd have to do a little digging in here. I apologize.
You're
can't
fine.
recall off the top of my head, but
I'm just going to read some comments here while we wait. Tammy says, Sarah Saba has donated to my reconstruction fund. Thank you so much. Were you able to find it?
No, they're not sorted by date, so
that's okay. I mean,
maybe there's a lot of TPUSA stuff when I search in my email, so I'll have to do a little digging. But I did register for the event at. I did find an email registration for the event at Utah State University that they still held after the fact, the one that the governor was at. But so it's probably in there somewhere. But it was really, I think it was just like sign up with your name and that kind of thing. It was more of a collecting your email and contact information than anything. If I remember right.
And that's what I've continued to see as they've had the TPUSA Faith events and things like that. They request that you sign up in advance, but they're asking first name, last name, and email address, probably phone number too, so they can cover all the bases. But okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And so when you did arrive on scene that day, like what was your main goal for the live stream? Before anything else had happened?
My main goal was to interview the protesters. So my wife and son, I wasn't even going to go to that event. My son asked if I would check him out of school so that he could attend. And I was aware of the event. So I thought, you know what? I had actually, in June of that year, we had gone on a backpacking trip with the Boy Scouts, and on the return trip, they were, sharing games and doing whatever they do in the back of the car. And I was listening to like a Mark Dice or something, and he was criticizing Charlie Kirk for something or another. And the scouts didn't care about the criticism. They just lit up when they heard Charlie Kirk. And one of the kids said, "Oh, I love Charlie Kirk." And so when my son, I wasn't surprised because of that. That kind of stuck with me. And because of that, I wasn't surprised when he asked if I would check him out and allow him to go to this event instead of going to school that day. And so I thought, okay, he can go, and then I'll go and film the protesters. So it was kind of like a win-win for me. And a lot of people ask, why wasn't I down there filming Charlie Kirk? And that was because when you show up, you could see all the gigantic cameras. There was plenty of people filming Charlie Kirk. I wasn't really there to film Charlie Kirk. The Trent Staggs event that I had filmed before that, when Charlie Kirk came to town to stump for the Senate candidate, I filmed that event because it was a candidate kind of a thing, So back in 2020, when he showed up to that church, I went and filmed that event. It was kind of a unique event with refusing the lockdown. In a way, it was kind of a protest, and so hosting a big indoor event during the lockdown when the governor had ordered churches to lock down. So I filmed the stage at that event, but really I was there to film the protesters. Like, that was my main goal, was to give people an idea of what the event is like, and then interview protesters, which is what I'd done at the No Kings rally like a month and a half before that, and countless other times. And that's what I do, is I show up, plant a camera in front of those guys, and ask them what they're doing there, why they hate, whatever. I ask them why they're protesting the No Kings. I ask them questions, kind of like follow up their statements, prod them to try and get an understanding of what they're doing and how they're thinking about things. And I also think it's fascinating the one-sided narratives, news narratives that people believe when it drives them to show up to these things, things specifically like about Donald Trump, that kind of stuff for the No Kings rallies, things about Charlie Kirk for that event. If you watch the interview, like, I'm asking them why they're there, talking to them about their answers that they give me, like I'm there to interview the protesters.
So, are you speaking?
Sorry,
Oh,
I was
you're
trying to
muted.
unmute my mic because my dogs were barking in
Ban
there.
ban that commenter that's saying how beautiful Kelly is.
Oh,
Not allowed.
Maybe they intended to direct it to you, Adam. Maybe.
Probably to Jordan. So probably just got his pronouns wrong.
We did have a lot of folks who asked if you are a member of the LDS Church. Do you mind sharing with us?
I was born and raised in the LDS Church. I grew up here in Utah. My wife is not from the faith, so I did convert her, and but we attend a local Christian church here. We attended that church that I was telling you about in Washington, the house. So take that for what you will.
Yeah, we can come back to the faith and all of that in a little bit if possible, but I want to keep on the track of as we're moving through the event. So you arrive, you initially go toward, and Jordan, you can feel free to roll video, just so there's probably some folks who are watching who maybe haven't seen it.
Well, real quick, we are at about half an hour. Are you good on time, sir?
Yeah, I got plenty of time.
Perfect.
Awesome.
And
Thank
before we get into the footage, would you mind telling us about the rig that you had that day?
Sure. So I've got this backpack here, if you can see it, and in the backpack I have this setup, which is this is a Verizon hotspot and a router, and then I had some more cables coming off the router that time, so I'm using the equipment right now, but there's an app called Speedify that will bond all the internet connections, and so I have my tablet and cell phone and the hotspot that day. I had 3 internet connections, and everything was hardwired together with an Ethernet switcher, and I had 2 tripods, one with a camera on it and the other one with I don't know where it is right now, but the other one was a tablet holder on the top of the tripod. Mm-hmm. The tablet here is my control device. I don't know if you can see that. Mm-hmm. And it's called Mevo Studio. It's from Logitech, and that's where the stream comes from. So you can stream to multiple destinations from that, or you can stream to an external destination. I stream externally to Restream, and then the Mevo Studio combines the camera feed and the audio feed, which is why. And I was using this tablet I just showed you. That's an Android tablet, but at the time I was using an iPad Pro 2nd generation, and something about the way it formats the audio. I had the audio running. It's a wireless shotgun microphone that was plugged into the back of the camera, and for some reason it records on a progressive delay. So I've had that problem at multiple events, and the only time I've ever been able to solve the problem was cutting out the iPad. But I couldn't cut the iPad.
You have that problem on the day?
Yeah. If you watch the video, the audio's out of sync.
That's why. Because a lot of people wonder why when the shot comes out, you see people react before you hear it. So that would be why.
Yeah. Yeah. The audio was delayed because of that. So I had a wireless microphone. It's a Comica VM30, and then it has a wireless receiver that's plugged into the back of the camera. The camera was wired with an Ethernet adapter to the Ethernet switcher in my backpack, which was then going to the wired iPad. So both things were wired on the tripods to my backpack. But the way that the iPad, for some reason, the Mevo app on the iPad Pro 2nd generation causes this problem with the audio delay. So the only way I had found to get rid of that audio delay was to wire my camera that I'm using now directly to my computer. And that kind of led me to believe it was the iPad. And I had a couple of people confirm that in different forums about this gear that I'm using. So I upgraded to this Android Galaxy Tab, and that solved the problem. So, but I did that after the fact.
What was your ability to monitor your feed?
On the tablet. So right now, the camera I'm on right now is wired to my computer. So I set everything up with the tablet and then switched it to wired webcam mode. But you can monitor the feed in here in this tablet. So that when you're in studio mode, you can. I don't know if you can see that, but you have a box that shows your camera, and then you have a box that shows your output, and you have all these audio controls. You can have multiple mics, multiple cameras, and then you can switch between the two. So like this would be 2 cameras. Neither of them are turned on right now. And you'd switch between the two. Whichever one you select is going to show up on your output feed right here. And that's how you monitor the feed. And you can also pair, your Bluetooth to the tablet so you can monitor the feed, the sound of how it's going.
And did you have a zoom lens on the camera? Was it a DSLR or?
No, let me show you a camera here. They're in They're in my bag, actually. So I packed all my gear up to go film the scene outside of the hearing on Thursday of that week, but I didn't end up filming anything. I just chatted with people. So here's the camera I was using that day. This is it's called the Mevo Start. So it's got its own battery, 6-hour supposedly battery, and then SD card goes in the back, and got a jack for a USB to you can do the Ethernet adapter, and then an audio jack. So
very cool.
It's just a 1080p fixed lens. The camera I'm on now is the upgraded one. These ones you can get for like $250 brand new, and they're just all in one piece. The one that you're seeing me on right now it's a $1,000 camera. That's before you buy any lenses. It has micro Four Thirds detachable lenses, and so it's quite an investment to get, in my opinion, for me, small budget guy, to buy the Mevo Core, the more expensive camera. And so I'm always hesitant to take that one out into a protest, because I've had people, I had somebody in Seattle pour a bottle of piss on my equipment one time. And so I'm always like wary of taking that to a protest. So in retrospect, I wish I had taken the nicer camera that day, because it has a nice, Panasonic lens on it. But it's good for big events, like in an auditorium where I'm far back in the media area, and I can zoom in with the telephoto lens and get the stage really close. This one, I can zoom in on the tablet. I can do the pinch to zoom on the screen and zoom in on it, but it doesn't have a actual zoom lens, So, but this one's a little more like somebody could break the lens off. It's just so much, you could easily get damaged on the more expensive camera. So that day I was using this one just because I have 3 of them, and it's a little more durable. And if somebody were to dump a bottle of piss on it, I wouldn't be as concerned as I would with the other one, So.
Mm-hmm. So Kelly, where did you want me to go in the footage?
So you can just go ahead and start somewhere. That's fine right there. I just wanted to kind of let it play while we're chatting. But Adam, if you could tell me, I apologize, I had to step away because my dogs were barking. But was the amount of delay that you experienced in the audio, was it like a consistent static delay, or did it vary? I'm sure you've gone back and looked at that.
So I've several events that I've filmed where I go back later and sync up the audio. It's really weird. On a normal audio track, you can separate the audio track from the video file in a video software, and then just drag the audio to meet the video, right? But in this case, it's not like consistent. So it seems like it gets worse and worse. So when I sync up the audio, if I sync up the first 5 minutes of an audio track, then 10 minutes down the line, it's off sync again, and I'll have to cut it and splice it and sync it up. So it's a really painstaking to when I would do debates with the audio delay, because then I'd have to spend all this time syncing up every 5 or 10 minutes of footage, So I don't know exactly the technical glitch that's inside the iPad. Somebody explained it to me with some long, multiple paragraph thing and what was causing it. But at the end of the day, it was just specific to this model of iPad. And it was more cost effective for me to get an Android tablet than a better iPad. So.
But I mean, of all times, right, for it to happen,
it happened every time I'd use the thing. So every event that I'd done before, leading up to this, it constantly happened.
Got it.
Yeah.
But so did you make an attempt to go back and adjust it, or no?
No, I just I uploaded the raw footage just as it was. So I know a lot of people had questions about or have questions about the audio, but a video this long, like it would have taken me quite a long time to sync it up. And when I do that, because like I said, it's you'll sync up one 5-minute segment and then the next one is still out of sync.
It's a progressive delay. It's not a constant
progressive
delay.
So I'd have constant patches where I'm stitching it together, and it doesn't end up as seamless as you would expect. So I thought it was better just to leave it how it recorded.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's your choice. You were the one who recorded the video, and you can leave it. I mean, I don't know if anyone else is able to try to tinker with it. I know I have before for just using a small clip.
Yeah, a lot of people have done clips. So, but yeah, at this point right now, what I'm doing is I'm carrying 2 tripods, so I can't see what's on the tablet. I can't see where the camera's aiming. I'm just carrying it to go to the next spot so I can get the next vantage point. So then you can kind of see I set it down, and then I pick it back up and point it over the crowd, because when you set it down, it was at basically the eye level where I would be interviewing somebody. So I just wanted to give, viewers an idea of how big the event was here. You can see that line of protesters on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
So, Adam, I'm going to be candid with you here. There are folks that have said, man, like he doesn't zoom in to Charlie. Charlie's the main event, and Charlie's walking in and we're bouncing all over the place and not framed up and all of these things. So can you help us understand?
Yeah, walk that video back a little bit if you would, Jordan. Okay, right where I walk up to that group and I set it down before I lift it up. Go to that point.
Go to which point?
I walk up to the group and then I set the camera down before I lift it up to pan over the crowd. So go forward to where we just were. So, and then let it play for a second. So I set it down and then I pick it up again. So go back just a teensy bit. So I set it down right there. Okay, stop. So that's as close as I could get to the railing right there. So the group was so tight that I would be muscling through, pardon me. And for a couple things, I was only at that spot. My tripod, if you saw right before this second, when I set it down, it was basically at eye level. So you couldn't see what we were looking at, what everybody was on the balcony looking at, which was the crowd and Charlie Kirk, right? So I either have to move forward to the railing, and it's about 10 people deep, or I'm just going to, the reason I went over to this spot was so I can get a good shot of the crowd size for the live stream. So, and like I said, I was not there to film Charlie Kirk. There were plenty of TPUSA cameras to film Charlie Kirk. I was there to film the protesters. And when I first set my stream up, I was like, okay, I'll, just like you guys did with your intro where you let it play for 4 minutes to get people in the room. I'm like, I'll spend a few minutes going around to give people an idea of what it's like, how big the crowd is, that kind of thing. And so I've got my camera on this tripod set up to eye level. And then I've got another tripod with my tablet. And so instead of pushing through that whole crowd, I picked up my tripod while my tablet's on the ground, and I held it up like this and just kind of panned across so people could see the crowd size, but
understandably, it's hard to even know how you're framing it at that point, right?
I'm looking at my tablet in front of me, the control device, and I'm kind of like panning it, but this is a decently weighted tripod. I mean, it's kind of unwieldy, especially when it's all extended really high. Okay. So, I'm not, it's times like this where I wish I had like some better, like a gimbal or something where
There's a little thing. It's
You
called
know?
a DJI
Yes.
Pocket.
Yeah,
It's wonderful.
Yes,
I will tell you,
I-
it will
yep.
change your life. And
Well,
you
the
can
only
even do
problem
live
is
streams
getting
with
it to feed into the Mevo Studio app. So maybe it's possible. I'll have to do some research on that and see if it's
Yeah.
worth investing in. But
Or a little
the-
gimbal. There's a DJI
the
gimbal
Mevo
too.
is like
but-
an ecosystem. So
Yeah.
you have, to be able to stream, have a microphone separate and be able to stream, live stream and everything from the control device, and have it's called Mevo Studio, so if you can get if that camera can go into NDI mode, then I could get it into the Mevo Studio. So,
Mhm.
And that's complicated.
but like I said, I'm 100% amateur, and this was just like my best setup. So I didn't go there expecting that some, insane thing is going to happen. I'm there to like set my tripod down
Sure.
in one position and interview protesters.
Well, and I think
Yeah,
that's important for people to hear, to understand. And again, context. We're all about context here. So,
Yeah,
have
you
that-
didn't expect to be on a show or on any shows almost a year later.
I mean,
having
or
people
picked up
go through this
on
footage.
every live stream, or live, throughout live coverage
Mhm.
all over the nation, but the world,
Yeah.
So okay, so you're over initially on the side that seems to be pro-ish Charlie,
Correct.
and
I went there
then
to see who's over there and get a good idea of the crowd size, because that seemed to be, from where I first set up, that looked to be a pretty good, vantage point to be able to see the size of the crowd around the main tent.
Mhm.
did you notice at what point, I guess, did you notice that your video was separating from your audio?
Oh, I knew it was happening. I knew it was going to happen. So it happened at everything that I'd been filming. So, there's a Mevo Studio Facebook group where the creators of the app are in there, like providing support for people. And so I've been trying to sort it out, and getting, that was actually the reason that I had gone with the Ethernet hardwire that day. Because the system is set up to be able to do everything wireless. So you can have your camera on a tripod and your tablet, and everything's wirelessly connected. The camera can act as its own hotspot, or you connect to a hotspot like the one I have. So it's all intended to be a wireless system. And I had added I had actually ordered the little these little guys, Ethernet to USB-C adapters. I'd ordered them specifically for the No Kings event and this one, because my thought is that if I could hardwire the Ethernet connection between the camera and the control device, then I would be able to circumvent the audio delay. But it didn't work, because as I found out after the fact, the iPad was the source of the delay, not the internet, not the wireless or wired connection. So I was hoping that the wired connection would be better to, avoid that, but in practice, it just didn't work out.
We had a question about this yesterday, the multiple phones thing. My understanding was that the reason you have multiple phones is because multiple carriers will have different coverage overlaps. So if you have multiple, then if one carrier has a black spot in one area, you can still be covered by the other carriers. And then the software is able to sort of combine the different coverages into one, so that you have one really good signal. Is that correct?
So yeah, I didn't have multiple phones. I had my AT&T phone, and then a Verizon hotspot, and the iPad, which at the time was with a AT&T. But now that I have this other tablet, I have two AT&T, two Verizon. So, but at the time I had just the Verizon hotspot, the AT&T iPad, and my AT&T phone. And what I had experienced at multiple events that I've been to, like the No Kings protests and the Charlie Kirk event at the high school, and even the Republican conventions where you have like 4,000 delegates in one room, it seems like you have all these people in the area, the cell signal degrades. So, well, where I can, before the event, do a test stream with 5G and it's working perfectly. When I get in the event, I'll have the 5G, but the bandwidth, maybe you want to call it, I don't know what the term is, but it's severely cut.
Sure.
Because
Yeah,
there's so many
bandwidth.
people. And so there's an app called Speedify, and you can pay $15 a month for it, and it bonds all of the internet connections to one. And so I have the Speedify on the tablet, the control device, and then it shares my internet connection from the phone and from the Ethernet is connected to the hotspot. And so it bonds them all into one, and basically, like, it's supposed to theoretically make your stream more resilient, so it doesn't drop, so it doesn't have as good of a chance to drop,
But unfortunately, ultimately it dropped. And I think you can continue to play.
About 27 minutes, the stream dropped out. Where are you playing this from? YouTube or what?
This is downloaded. This is a video editor. It allows me to zoom in as much as I want and pan around and do all these sorts of things. But this is downloaded.
There we go. Yeah, now it looks like it's caught up a little bit, because for a second there it was looking a little choppy, but I think it's smoother now. Yeah, as long as you're playing it.
What was going on in this moment here?
So I think this was just, you can see the level my tripod is at. So I'd set the tripod on the ground, and which is why I was lifting it up a moment earlier. It was just because, there's a bunch of people that are taller than my tripod. You can't see much when you're behind someone's head. So I'm basically looking at I just got panned around, got some coverage, and then I'm probably looking at my tablet, like, what am I going to do next? So maybe I'm talking, I might be there's people talking all the time. So, people come up and talk at me, ask me who I'm with, what I'm doing, that kind of thing. So it could be that. I can't, you'll have to turn up the volume, but basically I'm just tooling around, trying to figure out how things are going. Sometimes I'll take my phone out and pull up the live stream and make sure it's coming through. So, and then now I picked it up and it's up in the air again.
So if I can pause you for just a moment, because I want to share just some of the audience questions, Sure. Adam, I think it's nothing you haven't heard before, right? But for example, there was one that just said he's exposing his setup to someone next to him.
I don't know if that was at this point. I thought that was when I was talking to the pro. I remember specifically when I was talking to when I was at those kids that were protesting.
And yeah, that's on the other side.
Yeah, somebody does come and say, "Hey, what's the deal? What do you got there?"
But I mean, I'm not sure exactly where I assume she's going with this, but just with the word exposing, it makes me, it to me sounds a little bit like as though you're trying to let someone know that you are filming in a certain kind of way. I'm just posing the question because I'm sure
like someone like somebody standing next to me, or.
Sorry, I'm like, somebody must be just really trolling me tonight because my dogs keep barking.
Okay.
So yeah, somebody might have been asking me about what the setup was, just like you guys were asking me. People will come up and say, "Hey, what's this?" So I'll take the mic and just kind of drop it down as I'm talking to them because they're not an interview subject, and I'm trying to be courteous to people, like, "Oh yeah, this is my control tablet," and because most of the time you expect something like you've got that little DJI thing, and so my setup with the tablet there with the video studio on there, people are kind of intrigued by it, so they often ask, like at the No Kings rally, I had some lady come up to me and ask me if my software was automatically blurring out faces, and I said, no, why would I blur out faces? And she's like, you're filming people without their consent. I'm like, they showed up at the Capitol. So
It's a public place. There's no expectation of privacy.
so now in this spot where I catch the Losi Center there, I'm carrying the tripod like this, and I'm carrying the other tripod like in my hand. The tablet's up in the air, camera's up in the air, and I'm marching along. So I'm not really. I just kind of pointed it in the general direction I was walking, and I can't even see what's happening. I'm just trying to move to the next location right now. So,
But
So you
okay,
have-
I mean, in retrospect, do you see how people could wonder, man, he lingered on that corner of the building
the Losi Center.
longer than I would. Yeah.
I mean,
Like-
play the clip. It's like 7 seconds.
Yes, but at this point, and I don't know exactly what time in real time it
1,000,
would have
2,
been.
1,000, 3, 1,000. It's not even, So I mean, we're lingering longer than you thought. Like I was literally walking around a corner. So if somebody believes that that's the level of quality that a hit team is going to look for in a spotter, then that's just something they want to believe. Like I'm traversing around the corner here. It's like less than 7 seconds or something. You can see that it's all choppy because I'm holding the tripod like this, and it's not, it's not like a gimbal stabilized thing. The tripod's got to be stationary to get a stationary shot. So then I stop here, look back. Here's this angle, moving on. I'm just working my way around to get to the protesters, which is who I was there to see. So
Did you notice how many folks were there with the maroon shirts?
I mean, my son was wearing a maroon shirt.
Yes.
So I don't particularly see that there's an abnormal amount of maroon shirts. I mean, I own 3 maroon shirts. It's part of my, I laughed at my coworker. I laughed with who Billy, not Billie Eilish, Billy, the girl who's part of the conspiracy scene. You know who she is?
Billy and Brandy.
Billy and Brandy.
Yes, Billy of Billy and Brandy.
Yeah, Billy Webb.
Yeah, so I was chatting with her outside of the courthouse on the Thursday of that week, and we had a chuckle because here comes a guy marching out of the courthouse in a maroon shirt with no branding on it. Like I have I actually wore it on a couple interviews after the fact. I have a maroon V-neck zip-up sweater that just like a cardigan that I wear. It's part of my wardrobe. And beyond that, you've got a local college that's nearby UVU. Their main color is maroon. You have Utah State University. It's a deep red maroon is their colors right up in Salt Lake. And that's a kind of a rivalry between BYU, which is just to the east of UVU, and Utah State. So a lot of people around here who are Utah State fans will wear their colors. You have Phil Lyman people, which are very prominent in this particular scene, the showing up to a right-wing event like Charlie Kirk. A lot of the same people showed up to the Trent Staggs thing. When my wife ran for school board, we had people showing up to her events in Phil Lyman gear. Like we had to tell people, I had a lady that refused to take off her Phil Lyman shirt for our parade float for the Springville parade, and we had campaign t-shirts for my wife's campaign. And there was one lady who refused to take off her Phil Lyman thing. And it's like, you're trying to operate a campaign. You have people that will only wear the Phil Lyman one, you're like, you don't want to kick you don't want to kick a supporter out, so you just kind of let it ride. But even after the fact, a year later, there were you can see it in the camera footage. Like there's a guy walking around wearing Phil Lyman gear, and he's got a Phil Lyman shirt on a flag or something, on a pole.
Yeah, there was a lot of Lyman.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not. To me, there is not an abnormal amount of maroon by any stretch. I think you can take any if Tyler Robinson had been wearing a green shirt that day, everybody in the Candace sphere would be talking about how many people are wearing green shirts, you know. So that's the reality of the situation.
Maybe if it was turquoise, you know, maroon is like, it's not red, it's not brown, it's maroon.
It's a good fall color. So
yeah.
You know, and specifically that day, my kid was not wearing a maroon shirt until I told him, I said, and he's super pale white and burns, you know, very easily. I said, if you're going, you have to wear long sleeves. And so he scurried into his room and came out wearing that shirt.
With, was it a long sleeve shirt or was it a short sleeve shirt?
It was long sleeve.
Okay. And he was wearing a dark hat and,
he was wearing a hat that has the,
and the short, like short thing.
It's the fellas chop shop, which is a haircut thing. I told him, wear long sleeves and a hat. Like, I don't want you getting sunburned because I checked you out of school that day.
Kelly, you know it's hot out there.
Oh, trust me. I know. I experienced it firsthand a couple of weeks ago. And when you're in just a place, even though there's nice grass and trees, I mean, there's a whole lot of concrete too. And with the elevation and the sun and yeah, it's intense, no doubt about it. There were some folks still just kind of hung up on the maroon topic in the chat. And so they were saying, well, if it was to represent another school or, you know, Lyman, things like that, wouldn't their shirts have said?
Well, that's the thing. It's
kind
like
of logo.
Some people I'm just guessing here, maybe people pick maroon because it goes along with whatever they think, or they just like, you know, like for me, the reason that that I have a maroon cardigan is because my wife thinks it's a good fall color. So, you know, like, who knows why people pick what they pick? Why was the guy at the courthouse, you know, that Billy and I saw wearing a plain maroon shirt with no branding on and not even in the fall?
I don't know. Could have been intentional.
So it could have been intentional, yeah, but.
Could have been a little wink and a nod.
It was between it was during the hearing, so he wasn't like coming out of it. He was just like some random dude at the courthouse. So
yeah, I hear ya. Okay, there was. I want to also, before we proceed too much further, want to say thank you so much. We have a super chat that I would like to acknowledge. Just Common Sense, sing it. Thank you so much. We so appreciate you. So. Our question was it difficult to find parking? Do you mind telling us about your parking experience?
Yeah, parking was pretty packed. There's a big parking lot on the north side of the UVU campus, and there's a smaller one on the south side, and the smaller one was all packed up. So I went around to the other side, and I had to park all the way out in the end of the parking lot. I had quite a hike to get into the building. So
it was that this says decided to crash. Whoops.
I remember where I parked multiple times was at the Institute for Religious Studies, like open parking area, and then parked over by the fountains, but I would assume that fountain area was not available that day.
Was that this parking lot here?
Yeah, so you can see that white building on the top of the screen there. I was past that building to the north of it in that parking lot.
I see. Okay.
So I was pretty close to that street that you can see there that goes left to right.
800 south.
Yeah, so I had to park out there and hike all the way into I entered through the UVU Center, whatever that is. So if you zoom in there.
Right here?
Yeah, so I entered through the UCCU Center and then walked through that building and then through another building and came out on the upper level where the protesters are.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
So,
cool.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Okay, so if you want, Jordan, you could continue to play that video so we can make it around to the side where he's talking with the boys.
Now, were we correct in assuming that this is an auto exposure the whole time?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What were you thinking as you were shooting this spot?
So right here, I just got out of the sun and I was just like sitting everything down. My tablet tends to overheat in the sun, so I'm just kind of like checking everything out, and then I pick it back up and continue on my way. And you can see I'm not looking at the monitor. I'm just holding the tripod with my arm wrapped around it, and then the smaller tripod with the tablet I'm holding like this, and the bigger one I'm holding like this. So, and then I'm
Do
like
you tend to
trying.
get a lot of engagement on these streams, or do you have anyone in your ear telling you what maybe chat comments are saying or anything like that?
No, I can see, I can get comments in the Mevo Studio. So that's if I stream through the Mevo app. But what I was doing was I was streaming to Restream from the Mevo app with the RTMP settings. So, which that's a sacrifice. If I stream, I got to pay extra for the Mevo app to stream to multiple destinations. But Main Street Media, the volunteer group that I'm with, kmmu.org, they pay for a premier Restream deal. So what I do is I go in and set up the stream in advance and get the RTMP settings, and that sets it up so it can stream to my page on YouTube, KMMU's page on YouTube, my page on Twitter, KMMU's page on Twitter, and my Facebook pages, all at the same time. And so the sacrifice is that I lose the comments. So I could see the comments if I was paying for the deal in Mevo, but I just decided it wasn't. So what I'll do is when I'm talking to people, I'll pull my phone out and I'll look. I can't see comments from everybody's page, but I'll just go to like my page and see some comments. And so sometimes I'll get viewer comments where I see them on there, and then I'll be like, okay, I got a question from somebody. So that's kind of how I've been just kind of winging it.
It just seems like a lot of effort to go to, when you're not able to maximize. You're not able to maximize. Okay, Jordan, if you could turn the audio on for this, because we don't hear any of the audio yet. But yeah, a lot of effort to go to not be able to really maximize your potential, but also,
yeah, I mean, the
like
viewer engagement, comment engagement would be nice. That's something I've thought about. When I set up the RTMP settings on my iPad for the Restream, I can go in there and see all the comments combined, but then if you go out of that's the other nice thing about the Android tablet is that I can exit the Mevo Studio and it doesn't kill the stream. On the iPad, if you exit the Mevo Studio, it kills the stream. And so there's a way to like get everything on the screen at once, but it ends up being really small. So, I mean, it'd be nice, but I just didn't, especially, I don't have a monetized account. At least I didn't at the time. So I didn't really think it was, I can hear what you're saying, but to me, it wasn't really like that important. So it's not like I'm getting paid super chats and that kind of thing. So if there is some significant engagement, I'll look at it and bring it up it's better when I'm in, like the last Charlie Kirk event I did, which was in a theater room, a theater hall, where it's on a stage and I've got everything laid out in front of me on a media table, and so when I have that set up, I can see all the comments and do all that kind of stuff. But when you're out doing a one-on-one with people, and so like the county clerk debate that I did, I was in the media area and I was able to get comments, and then I would grab my camera and go up and talk to the candidates after the fact and be like, hey, I got this question from a viewer. I got that question from a viewer, type of thing. And so that's kind of what I've done, but it's not like,
Yeah, it's really hard when you don't have someone in your ear and when you don't have the table set up, when you're just running and gunning it. It's really hard.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do my best to get people on the record. So
Now, when you get to these kids up here, pretty much immediately someone comes up to you and starts talking shop for what seems like 20 minutes. What's going through your head when that happens?
I'm like, dude, I'm trying to be polite, you know. I'm like, I finally make it around to these interesting looking characters, and you know, somebody comes up and wants to talk about my gear, and I'm happy to do it. But you know, people are
And
interested in.
the reason they keep doing that is because it's not just one little itty bitty camera. You have the
Yeah.
whole rig that
Yeah.
looks like really interesting. So that's why people keep coming up.
Correct. Yeah.
But at the same time, like, why did you not just tell them, hey, I appreciate it, but I'm in the middle of a live stream right now?
I don't know. Maybe, I mean, in my mind, I'm like, this event's going to go on for the next hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, whatever. And I've got tons of time to get footage, you know? So like, I wasn't in a rush, and these guys weren't really going anywhere. So, you know.
Okay. But, and then also when you walked up to these guys, there's no, and we can play this in just a moment, Jordan, but there's no one, I don't hear you ask them if they would like to interview with you, or what their names are, or if they go to UVU, or, you know, anything like that. I mean, I've been a TV journalist for 12 years and done other freelance work since. So like, I can't think of a time wherever I've just like walked up to someone random and just shoved a microphone in their face, you know? So help me understand where we're going with this.
Well, I'm not a TV journalist like you. That's thing one. You know, I think it's fairly
You've been
obvious.
doing this for years. Okay.
Yeah. So
Are there any journalism courses
I've got a lot
you would
going.
like to recommend?
I've got a lot
Kel?
going on. I've not. What did you ask, Jordan?
Are
I
there
think
any
Jordan's going a
courses
different
you
direction. Jordan's going a different direction. Let's stay on track.
I'm just saying I got a lot going on. I've got all this gear. You know, I'm more of like a gear nerd than anything. And you know, I've got all this crazy gear with me, and I'm just trying to like get everything, all my buttons pressed, you know, and make sure that everything's working. Because there's so many times where I'll do something and then I'll find out later that I didn't have audio, you know, or when I was doing the county clerk debate, the first 15 minutes, and this was a highly contested race last year. The first 15 minutes, the incumbent clerk, or I mean this year, a highly contested race this year. The first 15 minutes, the incumbent clerk's microphone wasn't working, and then when I finally got like settled and I was sitting down and I looked at the comments, I'm like, oh no. And so then I'm like fiddling with my stuff and then I was able to like fix it and make his audio work. But like, there's so many times where that kind of stuff happens that I don't know. I mean, maybe I should ask them their names and, you know, if they're students or whatever. But the main thing, I think it's obvious to me, like some guy comes up with a microphone and a camera in front of you, and then you don't like immediately run away. Hey, this guy's going to put me on video for a minute, you know? So, and people will ask me, I'm like, hey, we're streaming to YouTube. What are you doing here? Why are you out protesting? You know? So I'm like skipping the formalities. Maybe I should next time, you know. But in the past, I've also found with a lot of these left-wing protesters, a lot of them don't want, like, you'll ask them their name and they'll be like, why do you want my name? You know? And so I've kind of just like skipped that part.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, Jordan, you can just play this because I know there's the stream, or there's someone who comes up and asks you, as we were just discussing, about your setup, and you explain that at length. And then these guys continue to sort of hang out, but step away, I think, and then you reconnect.
Powder in the backpack.
Well, so you do live streams.
Yeah, I'm streaming right now.
That's the camera?
That's the camera, yeah. I'm getting echo. I don't know about you guys.
Yep, echo.
Oh, we have echo?
Mm-hmm.
We did the test pre-show.
Maybe
Can't
it's your
remember
mic.
why.
Yeah,
Mute your mic for a sec when you play it.
I'll mute my mic when I play then.
This is the audio capture.
Look how tiny that is. Wow.
It's my own DIY streaming setup. Okay, so those professional ones
Can I get a
cost like
picture of that
$5,000.
microphone?
Yeah.
I just don't remember what that is. I've seen small ones, but I haven't seen that.
This is the mic right here. This is the receiver for this.
Yeah. How far will that transmit? Really? You put that up?
I had this exact encounter at the state convention with the ABC4 people, and they're like, "Oh, look how small and nimble your setup is," you know. So it happens to me all the time. I gotta get it out.
So that's your monitor, and this is your recorder. Is the SD in there or SD in here?
I can record to this, the SD in this, and stream at the same time. So
Wow.
I'm recording to everything.
Wow.
So that way, if I have multiple cameras, you don't miss any angle. You know.
Who makes that camera?
It's Logitech.
Yeah.
I have a bigger one at home. I don't have to bring out here.
It's a pretty wide angle.
It has a micro four thirds lens.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Oh, it's that big. Huh?
Yeah, it's like a cube like this big, and it has a micro four thirds.
Wow.
And 6 hour battery. Yeah.
Who makes that?
Yeah.
And I turn around. Logitech. I've heard that company, but they're mostly surveillance cameras.
Also like keyboards and mouses. I think they bought these guys. Evo camera.
So it's a bigger version of that with micro four thirds lenses.
Yes. Yeah. I love that one. I don't want to bring it here.
Yeah. You're doing interviews? Is that?
So you hear I told that guy, I say, I love that camera. I didn't want to bring it out here.
So, I mean, I think it's interesting. These guys I don't know. It's just weird because they're facing toward you, yet they are not engaged with the interview right now.
That's why I went to them. They were just like a group of dudes hanging out, you know, with their little signs and stuff. So,
do you see that though? I mean, it's almost as like they were waiting for you to walk up to them to ask them some questions, and the way they just like continue to linger. I mean, I know plenty of college kids who could not care less about dealing with some random adult, let alone if they're there to protest and, you know, maybe talk mess for a little while, right? Like they're not really that interested in saying their piece.
Well, I think I disagree. I think that maybe the reason they were hanging out waiting for me was because they're desperate to, you know, have their piece heard, you know? So like a lot of people will just dismiss them or yell back at them and, you know, call them names, that kind of thing. And I'm like, hey, what's going on? Tell me your story.
Okay. We can keep playing, Jordan.
Definitely get kicked. I mean, mostly. These guys are every time. Well, they're carrying the.
And I just kind of walked into their space, like they were having their own like discussion. So I just kind of invaded their space, really. Yeah. So there you go.
Okay, have it.
Hey, thanks, man. There we go. Now I can control it. See, they're participating in the chant, and I move my camera over, like, "Hey, where are you guys going?"
Did you try to talk to any of the people chanting that?
Those guys were chanting that. They were just doing.
Oh,
this.
the people. Oh, they were.
That's why they moved away from me briefly, so they could, you know, participate in the UVU Charlie chant.
Oh, I did not know that.
There you go. If you wanted to know about my setup, that guy asked all the right questions. What's going on, man? Downstairs or up there? So hey, why don't you guys like Charlie Kirk?
I think that I don't like his views on genocide and how he's supporting mass murder of children dying in Palestine, in America. I don't approve that he's condoning someone who's pushing the U.S. to become more authoritarian and is violating the Constitution every which way.
Okay, pause it, Jordan. I mean, I don't even know who was speaking in that moment. Did you have your stick mic out, your shotgun mic, or you know.
Yeah, I was just kind of pointing it in the middle of their group, you know. So I think I changed the then I kind of look at the camera and adjust things to get them all four in the shot.
Okay. But I mean, it's hard. It's hard to get like, I mean, I don't know. I just think like either 1 to 2 at a time, max.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't really know who's
like I said,
talking.
I'm winging it here. Sorry.
I get it. But you've also been doing this for several years. Okay. And you are putting forth your valuable time and effort, and you've invested into your setup. And this is a big event for Utah, right? And so you're like in the zone. And so then we look at this and think like
everything's trial and error for me. So
okay.
What she's trying to say is that there's a lot of room for growth.
There is, yeah. I appreciate the criticism, Kelly.
It's, you know, look, though, I'm gonna be super direct, you know, candid with you, right? Is that is why people, among a few other reasons, but why people question the maybe the motivation behind you being there, not just the authenticity of it, like the sincerity of it, what the motivation was for you being there. If it doesn't look remotely like a semi-professional video.
Move it forward and you'll see that I get all four of them in the shot at the same time. So, you know, I just got to this location. Some guy spends, 10 minutes going over my setup. Like I'm a one man operation here, just trying to do my best, and you get a lot of, there's a lot of camera adjustment, that kind of thing. And it's more than a one person job. So trying to be the interviewer and the tech guy at the same time. So, it is what it is. If you look at my previous and subsequent protests, like when I'm doing a set debate, when it's, all in one place and you can fix the camera on the stage and then set zoomed in angles for each candidate. You can set little zoomed in squares that you just tap it when they start talking. Like it's way better. So my system is probably better for that type of a scenario than it is for this, but it's the system I've got. So
Charlie Kirk did?
Yeah, he did.
Say that again.
He confused a dolphin fetus with a human fetus.
Yeah, I'm like a
when was this?
It was during his
He was asked, is this a baby? And showed a picture of a dolphin fetus. He said, without a doubt. And the guy got him.
Charlie Kirk.
When do you think life begins?
No idea. I don't know. And for that reason,
It's this huge issue that Charlie Kirk made a mistake, but he's like, he won't answer when he thinks life begins.
Gotcha.
What
about you?
I agree with both of what they have said, and I think that believing that life believes.
I call this guy Bedhead. I'm just gonna say it.
He moved out of the shot.
Him Bedhead.
He moved out of the shot. The tech guy, me, who noticed that he moved out of the shot, and so then I moved the camera. So I'm trying my best here.
Adam, we may have to work on rule of thirds. Have you heard about rule of thirds before?
I've heard of that, yeah.
Okay. I see Trigger Smart is in the house too. He may be able to help you a little bit, with your setup in the future.
But believing that life starts at conception is, can you look at that and define that is a life? I feel like you could say that then life starts before when it's conceived in your head. Like, is life? I don't know. You can vary the definition, and that's why I'm not debating him.
How far are you willing to push the line?
Yeah.
I'm not like, I don't want other people.
What if we said like when vocal cords were developed in the fetus, that if it was old enough that if it were taken out of the womb it'd be screaming? Would that be when life has begun?
I mean, I would say like I can't physically like conceive like a child in my own body, so I'm not gonna like put pressure on other people. They can like have their own opinions, and I'm not gonna force.
I mean, just for like biology reasons, for like we're UVU here. So like, when would you consider that life begins?
I mean, we could argue argue semantics all day.
I'm just curious what your
Yeah, we
opinion
could say,
is.
what do you say a
You
genocide is?
disagree
You could
with
do the
Charlie,
same
so I
thing.
was wondering what your side was.
My opinion is people should just have the freedom to do their own thing, especially when we don't have a defined thing. Because if you make rules without a thing that is defined, then that's when you get into issues, because you're controlling people's choices based on something that we're not 100% sure on. That's the whole point we're trying to make.
Fair enough. Can you hold up your signs, guys?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's really hard to hear you, hear them, whatever. But
Yeah,
I'm just
I didn't
saying,
realize
you know.
how bad the feedback was when I'm talking to the mic versus like, because I'm super close to it. Let me grab that. I can grab that mic if you want, but I'm super close to it. And then when I'm doing this, they're like a few feet away from it. So, you know, I've since moved on to these little lapel mics so that I can give the other person, let them, you know, it depends on who they are too. Like I'm always worried somebody's going to run away with the mic. So, but I've moved on to these lapel mics where what I do now is oh, here it is. So I clip a lapel mic onto this thing, and then I have one on my that I can wear on myself now because of this problem. Like I'm trying to evolve, Kelly.
We're making progress.
Hey.
Trying to get up to your level. So
I think Kelly appreciates that.
Just asking questions here, folks. Just asking questions.
It's based on the recent Supreme Court decision to allow people to be deported purely based on skin color or even like a slight suspicion.
Jordan,
based
you're
on
echoing again.
Spanish.
The Supreme Court said they could deport people based off their skin color.
You
Supreme
can.
Court said that this is grounds for like
Yeah, it's reasonable suspicion, which
this is
means
what I'm talking about. These guys believe in this kind of
What
stuff.
was grounds for color of the skin?
Color of the skin, speaking Spanish or speaking with
the accent.
I haven't heard this, so I'll have to look that up.
This was like it was literally 2 days ago.
Yeah.
just 2 days ago.
Okay, what's your sign say?
My sign says "Free Palestine, love one another." Free Palestine. There's a genocide.
What's that referencing to love one another?
The love one another is referencing the Bible. It's referencing Jesus' teachings. I'm a Christian. I don't
Can
know.
we pause it for a moment? Okay, Adam, look, I would be remiss if I did not say it. Did you think that those signs were very impressive? Come on now.
I've seen much better signs at the No Kings rallies.
I mean, it looks like maybe they picked up a piece of paper off of the ground and then
It
like,
looks like it looks like
borrowed
they took
somebody's
some
pen
paper
and-
from the teacher's printer when he wasn't looking. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, this is why it's hard to like really take these people seriously.
Oh yeah,
You know?
there's nothing really serious about them. That's kind of comical about them being there, but that's why I find them so interesting. Because
But did you feel like there was-
what motivates these people? You know, like what do they listen to throughout the day that gives them these ideas that the Supreme Court says you can deport someone based off of the color of your skin, and then motivates them to take a Sharpie or probably a whiteboard marker and, you know, make a Free Palestine sign. Like that's where I'm trying to talk to these
on
guys.
one piece of printer paper, it looks
Before
like.
the crap hits the fan, you know, but like I'm just trying to like pick their brains a little bit to kind of get an understanding for, you know, what's going through their heads, because a lot of them don't have much going on in there. So, you know, that's kind of the whole gist of it.
Okay,
So
got
might be
it.
kind of maybe I'm being cruel, you know, by exploiting these poor fools. But
Jordan,
like,
if you zoom all the way in, actually right there, to the middle between the, I'm like, is that? I knew there's a shot where a maroon shirt guy. I don't know if that's the one. That's the one. At one point, there is a maroon shirt guy that literally walks like right between, you know, the two guys, and you can see him over, and he looks like what I would say is DQ Tyler, in quotes. So, you know, there was a variety of like interesting little nuggets, Adam, that you picked up. I don't know. Did you realize it as you were recording this video, as you were shooting on the scene?
Did I know that I unfortunately I left my crystal ball at home. I didn't realize that the maroon shirts were going to be such a big centerpiece. So no, I did not realize it.
Okay.
Okay.
Respect a lot of the opinions they have. And that's what that's representing.
And it's like love one another isn't just a Christian concept. That's a human concept.
That's a human
We should like be accepting, and we should love other people.
I'm very atheist. I believe in that.
Society
I'm very atheist. I believe in that wholeheartedly.
Okay. Society doesn't work without us loving each other and getting along. Otherwise, there's just disputes and conflicts, and it gets ugly.
Okay. So you got the rainbow pin on there.
Yep.
What's that mean?
Gay pride.
Gay pride.
I support LGBTQ+.
Okay. Would you guys go support gay pride in Palestine?
So yes, in Palestine, a lot of people will.
Would that be something you guys would be willing to do in person?
I feel like no, I'd get bombed. I'd get killed.
Yeah.
I don't live in Palestine. Also, so I do it here because I live here. You know.
Okay. All right.
A lot of people bring up the argument that in Palestine it's not legal to be gay. It is not legal. Like people love to.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot too. And I just believe that they still should not be mass murdered. Their children shouldn't be killed at the age of 0. We also don't condone Hamas either. We don't think that's all right. We're not supporting terrorism.
Say that one more time real quick.
We also don't condone Hamas. We think that genocide's wrong on both sides. We're just saying that we're not advocating Israel is the one that's being the most. We're pro-Jewish people and pro-Palestinian people. I think people should live and people have a right to live.
And that's kind of back to like the love one.
I'm going to ask you this right now. This is a good question. Have you been asked to provide video for evidence to the SBI or FBI?
The state investigators and the FBI got my footage like on day 2, I think.
Interesting.
Did they take the raw files or did they just your YouTube stream?
I uploaded it to a Google Drive, and then I added them as an editor, and they were able to download it from Google Drive.
Got it. But they didn't ask for the original card that it was recorded on.
Well, I mean, it was only recorded to the solid state drive of my iPad. So the SD card, because I had the camera in NDI mode, I didn't realize it at the time, but when you put the camera in NDI mode, which I did that because I was connected via Ethernet and I was trying to get around this audio delay that I've been experiencing. So I was experimenting with different things and I put it in NDI mode. When you do that, it won't record to the camera SD card, only to the control device. So I didn't get an SD card copy, unfortunately.
Perfect.
One another thing. It's like love everyone.
Love everyone, regardless of race. Everything.
Well, thanks, guys. Appreciate you guys coming out here.
We appreciate you. Love you.
Are you gonna go down and see get closer? Or are they like restricting you guys up here or what?
Nah, it's too crowded. It's just there's just so much. Before we had a flag and we had it, so it's positioned above the tent, so it would be in the camera. It made us move.
What was that? Oh my God! He just got shot! Holy shit!
Okay, if we could pause. And maybe just like rewind just a touch. In that area, that's the first time that I noticed the audio delay. When it's like the guy with the curly brown hair, just moments before, then he's like, move or something like that. It's like all of a sudden there's a
what was that again, Kelly? If you can repeat that.
Yep, move. Yeah, something like that. Move. Yeah, I mean, is that where you noticed the audio lapse start to happen, or was it earlier?
I think it's going on. I mean, like I said, it's a progressive thing, so I think it's going on earlier than that. But
okay, well, that's where I really noticed it, and so the timing with the incident, yeah. If we can just like play that back, just go back 10, 20 seconds.
What is that? So you can see ecological criminal report in here. Just so happened to not record to the SD card. Sure. Wonder who they is he shared it with from the FBI. Got an email screenshot. So you can look it up on your own. I found this out after the fact that when you put the Mevo camera in NDI mode, it does not record to the SD card. So, like I said, I was experimenting with different settings to try and avoid the audio delay that I've been struggling with. This has been a continuous problem with my productions, is this audio delay. So I hadn't done NDI mode before, and that was just something I was trying out to see if it would solve the problem, and it didn't. As far as I submitted a thing to they had a tip line back then, and then somebody reached out to me. I've since removed the person from so they're not an editor on the. I said, let me know when you've got the file, and then afterwards I removed them. So it was like a state. I think it was a state investigator. Might not have been an FBI guy. It might have been just a state investigator, but it was somebody from the task force because I submitted the tip on the the tip
Okay,
line.
so that's okay, cool. Well, maybe you can, later if you're able to share some of that with us. But if we could replay this video so we could see the audio as this sort of distortion happens. It seems like the audio is on point until the shot, but I want to make sure. So if we could go back, Jordan, skip back, I don't know, maybe 20 seconds or so. We can take that comment down. There we go. Oh, can't hear you.
Oh, that's why you kept interrupting me. Eco's been on the show before. He's great. The ecological criminal guy. All right. So
it's positioned above the tent, so it would be in the camera.
Go a little. No, go back further.
People should live and people have a right to live.
And that's kind of back to like the love one another thing. It's like love everyone.
Love everyone, regardless of race, everybody.
You can even take us down, Jordan, if we need to. But I just want to make sure that we're okay. Yeah, that's good. Since are you zoomed in?
Yeah, I'm zoomed in.
Okay. That's fine. No, that's fine. You can. That's great. That's great. I just didn't want us to be blocking anyone's mouth.
No, but we do not have AV sync right here. It's very off.
Okay. Well, even if it's. I want to go back until we see it. I don't think
it was literally 2 days ago. Yeah, just 2 days ago.
Okay, what's your sign say?
My sign says free Palestine.
You're echoing. Maybe it wasn't. Sorry.
Free Palestine. There's a genocide.
What's that referencing to love one another?
The love one another is referencing the Bible. It's
that is in sync. So oops. Rename. I can't get this thing to label. There we go. Right click. Can I right click? No? Can I right click and rename this, please? I would like to rename this. Marker. Rename marker. In sync here. Perfect. Okay. And now we're going to track forward.
So, yes, in Palestine, a lot of people will...
Would that be something you guys would be willing to do in person?
I feel like...
See, I don't think it's in sync right now.
Now it's out of sync.
I'm very atheist. I believe in that wholeheartedly.
Okay. Society doesn't work without us loving each other and getting along. Otherwise, there's just disputes and conflicts, and it gets out.
We should be.
I might disagree with most of them, but I still love them for who they are, and I respect a lot of the opinions they have. That's what that's representing.
And it's like love one another isn't just a Christian concept. That's a human concept.
That's a human concept.
I would be willing to bet that all of these guys grew up going to LDS primary, Sunday school, and love one another is part of a very common LDS children's song. So I think that's why I was asking the question, was because I wanted to get an idea of where these, if that's where they, I think that maybe innately just put that, because of that's probably where they probably grew up that way. That's what I would guess, but they're kind of like beating around the bush, like, it's not cool. It's not cool anymore.
I'm very atheist. I believe in that. I'm very atheist.
Now it's out of sync. So
Okay,
Adam,
but
how's your
also I
day?
think we're going to need to go back a few seconds because every time you start playing it, even, a ways back, it was glitchy for the first several seconds. So,
Okay.
Where did you download this from, Jordan?
I downloaded it from your YouTube channel.
There you go. Some people
This
are
is
asking in the chat.
Yes, I downloaded that from the YouTube channel. Thank you.
Believe in that wholeheartedly.
Okay. Society doesn't work without us loving each other and getting along. Otherwise, there's just mass murder. Genocide's wrong.
Go down and shooting. We heard shots. We heard shots.
We're
So did
pro-Jewish people and pro-Palestinian people. I think people should live and people have a right to live.
And that's kind of back to like the love one another thing. It's like love everyone.
Love everyone, regardless of race.
Well, thanks, guys. Appreciate you guys going out here.
We appreciate you. Love you
You gonna
too.
go down and see the get closer? Or are they like restricting you guys up here or what?
Nah, it's too crowded. It's just there's just so much. Before we had a flag and we had it so it was positioned above the tent so it would be in the camera. They just moved.
What was that? God, he just got shot! Holy shit! Holy shit! There's been a shooting. There's been a shooting. We heard shots. We heard shots.
Can you tell us what's going on through your mind as this happens?
So if you turn up the audio as I'm rushing to the railing, you can hear me cursing with the microphone down at my side. And my first thought is that my wife and kid are down there, so I'm, as I'm rushing out, I'm like cursing. I'm cursing at myself. I'm saying F, 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 F. And then I get up there and I'm like, we had some shots and everything's kind of going on all at once. And, I make some calls to my wife and kid here in a second to make sure they're all right. And my kid tells me that Charlie got shot. He was down in line waiting to ask a question. He was like towards the back of the line. And then, so I say, this is unverified. My son just told me that Charlie was shot, and I'm making an effort to be responsible. So, because I've been accused in the past of being irresponsible in my coverage of things. So I'm just like making a conscious effort amongst everything else that's going on to try and be like responsible because, no idea what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
okay, if we could, again, just rewind and maybe I'm able to go through when I'm not trying to do this on a live stream and not able to, control the video. Or I also have a version of it. Unfortunately, it's not on this computer, but that I like downloaded early on. But it didn't seem like, because I've spent a lot of time on your video, Adam, that the delay and the audio started as long before the shot. So, or the sound of the shot. What do you think that's all about? Like, why would it just so happen to conveniently start to act up at that point?
Well, it has to, what I've come to understand, because some technical people have, I've been in like I said, these Logitech support groups trying to figure out what's going on. And the iPad Pro 2nd generation, something about the processor, it starts to degrade after. So it's like all my videos are consistent. If you look at all the other videos that I do prior to this, they all have the same progressive audio delay. So it's not unique to this event by any means. And so, and it's because the process, the Milo Studio is like really taxing on the processor. And so it just starts to get worse and worse and worse as time goes by.
But do you find it strange that it's conveniently or inconveniently like right at the time when the bang happens?
I find it frustrating because I've been dealing with this issue continuously on the system that I didn't spend no small amount of money on for my, for a hobby. I've spent a few $1,000s on this thing, and you would hope that it would just be seamless, but it's just something I've been struggling with before this. And I struggled with it at the vigil, and and so when you're trying to put out like professional debate recordings and stuff like that, when you're just volunteering your time. So it's just one of those things I've been dealing with. I've solved the problem now, so I don't have that problem now because I'm on a different tablet. But
so it does not act up anymore like this.
Yeah, on the Android tablet, I don't have that problem. So
got it. Okay.
And if I use my phone as a control device or my wife's iPhone as a control device, I don't have that problem. I only have that problem using the iPad Pro 2.
Gotcha. And your live stream, what was the exact moment that ceased, that it stopped? And did you realize it in the exact moment?
So it was like 27 minutes in. So wherever that is, but I had gotten notifications that like shortly after this that Mario Nawfal had shared my stream. And so I had like my phone notifications started blowing up as soon as this happened. And then I didn't realize the stream had gone down, until later, but I knew I was recording. And then a couple times, I think later on, I went on my phone to like see and realized that the stream was dead, but I knew I was recording the whole time. So
Mario shared your stream before the incident happened? Before
no, like right
Big Bang?
Like word got out super quick. And so my notifications started blowing up like right as I went down into the courtyard.
So you didn't have any issue with cell phone service?
I mean, not that I recall, no.
Well, I mean, if you were getting notified, you were able to. Did your parents? Did you call your son, or did your son call you? And then how did you get in touch with your wife?
Initially, right here, right after the shot, you'll hear me making calls, and I'm able to make calls. And then later on, it's a struggle. Like we're trying, we can't reach my wife later on in the stream. And my son, I meet up with my son after filming Terrell Farnsworth, and then I'm standing off to the side waving my arms like this and like trying to find him, and I find him and he comes over and meets up with me, and then we kind of circle around. I get some interviews with people, everybody's in shock, I'm in shock, and then it's trying to get a hold of my wife was a struggle after that. So we were able to get a hold of her eventually, but we tried several times and just it wouldn't go through.
So I'm just, it's surprising to me because earlier we were talking about the volume of people there and how it's taxing on cell service. And, there's, of course, at that point, chaos. Everybody's trying to call or text or
making a call is different than doing a stream for sure.
Whatever. Okay, that's fine. But I mean, I've been at, not just music festivals, but even like, because usually they bring in extra service, apparatus for that. But even at just like a festival or something like that, that's small, like it's a neighborhood thing with, 1,000+ people all in one, or a game, right? If you think about like a big football game, something like that. And cell service can be tough. And I mean, especially like at the end, when everybody's then trying to call their folks. So, but you're saying that even though other people reported having cell issues and your live stream cut out, you didn't have any issues with getting notifications on your phone or being able to make or receive phone calls?
Immediately afterwards, no. Like I was able to call right after, like you'll see it coming up right up there. But I was able to make calls at first. So, but like I said, the reason I had this redundant 3 sell things because at previous events I've had trouble getting a stream out, where I'll do a test stream first, and then during the event, like during the No Kings, it'd be or during an event where there's a ton, like 4,000 people at the event center, I will not be able to stream at all. And so with just one connection. So even at the Republican convention, even with 3 connections, I could not get the Republican convention this year. I could not get my stream to go through. And I had 4 connections this time. I had 2 tablets because I have an extra tablet now, and my phone and the hotspot. So I had 4 connections. I still could not get a steady stream at the Republican convention 2025. So like I've been trying to beef up because, leading up to this, I've been at several events where I had trouble maintaining a live stream, and that's why I was doing my best to try and beef it up, so. But I know that making a call is not the same as streaming video. Like it's different. It's a different part of the connection. I believe it's like your data connection. But so this is something I've been dealing with in my setup, trying to get it, do an IRL live stream. There's some $4,000 kits you can buy that have like their own dedicated network, that's independent of the phone systems or whatever, but I'm not dropping that kind of cash.
But you didn't experience any kind of difficulty making your calls. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to get at is
like afterwards, after I rush up to the railing, I'm calling my wife and calling my son. So, and you'll hear me say, I love you and be safe, that kind of thing. So like I'm calling them immediately.
All right, let's play it.
What was that? Oh my God! He just got shot! Holy shit! Holy shit!
You hear me cooking there. I don't know. I can hear it.
There's been a shooting. There's been a shooting. We heard shots. We heard shots.
No, you're not gonna hear it.
What made you rush to the railing?
My wife and kid were down there.
But I don't see you like zoom in to try to find where they were.
Yeah, I'm not looking for them on the camera. I'm looking with my eyes,
Well, I mean, could you see them? Could you spot them?
No, but I was there calling, like looking down, so I didn't know if there was somebody down in the crowd with a gun. I didn't know what was going on at that point. So, I was just like, my main thought was my wife and kid. So.
And so you were able to connect with, well, we'll hear that in a second.
You guys okay? Okay, love you. Be safe. Okay, be safe. Bye. Apparently there's been a shooting. I don't know who's been shot.
Now, they were not standing together. Is that correct?
Yeah, my wife had met up with some ladies from the Moms for America crowd. And so they were camped out. My son had left her position and gone to stand in line to ask a question.
So do you mind kind of explaining, as we're looking at this image, where like your wife was and where your son was?
So she would have been.
That must have been terrifying.
Looking at that pink tent, she would have been to the right of that pink tent, kind of by the bushes.
Okay.
And my son would have been further to the right, down at the end of the line. There was a big line. I'm not sure if he would have even made it through, but he was towards the end of the line.
Was he on the side of Charlie where
He was closer to that pink tent than he was to Charlie.
Okay, got it.
But I think he was down to 1 or 2 terraces down in the amphitheater.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, be safe. Bye. Apparently there's been a shooting. I don't know who's been shot. We are here live at Utah Valley State University. There's been a shooting at the Charlie Kirk event, the TPUSA event. There has been a shooting. Everybody's evacuating. I don't know if that was shots or if that was fireworks, to be honest, but.
Good. How are you doing? Were you able to see anything?
I've got a bunch of M80s. You ever heard of that?
Hang on.
I'm sorry. Could you pause it, Jordan? What was that?
You ever heard of an M80?
No, tell me about it.
It's like an illegal firework.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a bunch of them. I hoped at the moment, like I was hoping that when somebody had set one of those off to disrupt the event, you know. So,
I mean, even when I was at UVU a few weeks ago, and there was a memorial that I just so happened to have walked into, I heard one of the ladies there who was there that day, as soon as she picks up the mic, she says, on that day, I thought I heard a firework. And so that idea of firework,
the sound reverberated around too, like the way the buildings are, it's like a trapezoid, and the sound, there was definitely like some echo effect going on too. So like when I listened to it in the video, it sounds much more like a gunshot than in the moment. There was like a weird echo, and and I was hoping it was an M80, like somebody set off an M80 to disrupt Charlie Kirk, because they had that petition and all that stuff going on. I was like, some smart guy, but
where did it sound like it came from?
The other side.
Do you know which building?
It just sounded like it came from the other side. Like if you're ever elk hunting, you're down in these ravines and you kind of you'll hear some other hunters in another ravine from another direction, and you kind of get a sense of, and so I just kind of had a sense that it had come from that way. When I go down the stairs right after this, you'll see people pointing up, like it came from that way. So
To be honest, but.
Good. How are you doing? Were you able to see anything that happened? I was standing right here interviewing people. Hang on. Charlie Kirk got shot? Holy shit. Charlie Kirk
Got shot in the neck is what my kid is saying.
Echoing again, Jordan.
See, I was
Where
on the phone
did the
with my kid now.
Yeah. Where did the idea that it was shot in the neck come from?
That's what my son just said on the phone.
So that was a second phone call, or the one?
Yeah, that was the second phone call.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, my wife and kid were in different spots, so.
So
Now,
the first call was to your son or to your daughter?
No,
I'm
son
sorry,
was the
her
second
son
phone call.
your wife.
The son's the second phone call where you hear me saying that Charlie Kirk shot in the neck.
Oh,
The first
okay.
one was to your wife.
Was to your wife. Okay.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. My son is down there. He says that Charlie Kirk has been shot in the neck. This is unconfirmed. This is from my son who was down there right in front of Charlie Kirk. We're going to go down there and see if we can get any more info. My son just said Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck.
I was just talking to someone next to me.
I don't know the accuracy of that. You guys okay?
No. Stay. Abby, are you inside or outside?
My son just said that on the phone.
What made you, okay, can you pause it? What made you walk up to these people and start talking to them?
Because they were saying that. They were saying Charlie got shot in the neck, and I said, well, my son just said that. and then you'll hear him saying, you just saw him point. He's like, someone shot from over there and blood came out. That's what he was saying.
And you just like immediately put your mic out to start interviewing them. I mean,
I'm not sure if I put my mic out, but I set my gear down for a second here.
I think I see your mic out. So
yeah. Oh yeah, there it is. Yep.
So I mean, it just,
I've got it shrunk down so that the image, so that when I'm looking at you guys, I'm looking at the camera at the same time.
I see. Yeah, no worries. So I understand. I've been in a high stress breaking news situations, both sort of on the job and just in real life. So, I mean, I don't know if have you ever been at a real life shooting before?
At the No Kings rally, we were hiking up a hill towards the Capitol, and I was just like over it, and my stream was glitching out, and so I was like frustrated, and so I like collapsed my gear and started walking away when the shooting happened. I'd already shut everything down, so I would say that was probably the closest that I'd come to something like that before this.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering what's going through your mind as you walk right up to these.
You can hear me like breathing out. My adrenaline is spiked. I'm like, when standing up there when I'm talking to my wife and kid, I had my finger hovering over the end stream button, so I was gonna like end it and then go about my business finding them. So, but for whatever reason, like I just thought, oh, this might be important. Never mind. I'll just keep going. And so I just kept on,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But I mean, literally, like there's a end stream button. It's a big red button when you're using the Mevo Studio. And I was on, you have to go to a second page, and I was there, like, I'm going to end it. And I just thought, well, maybe I should keep going for a little bit more. And then when I'm over there waiting, and I'm just like waiting for my son, and the guy with the tattoos comes up on the screen, that's another point where I'm like, I'm going to end it, and then I'm just like, this might be important. People might want to know what it's like,
Yeah, it's history.
Mm-hmm.
Like place him up there.
You sound like a sharpshooter? Dude, he just got shot.
Hey, what happened?
Sorry.
that must have been your software glitching.
I actually, interestingly, if you could you go back, Jordan, about 20 seconds? I'm so sorry for my dogs. But as you were walking by, I heard the same stay down as you hear on the opposite side, like from the UVU camera, like right before. I hadn't noticed that before. I don't think you went back far enough. Oh yeah. Thank you.
He just got shot.
Hey, what happened? I don't know.
Did you hear that?
I heard it.
Okay. Interesting.
That might be the George Zinn. I might be coming right up on the George Zinn deal right there. They might have been telling him to stay down. I don't really know, but that's just my speculation.
someone here. So they're taking care of him.
So that's a campus cop.
And an EMT. And another one.
Those are the UVU EMTs, I believe.
Yeah.
Who
And
are not attending to Charlie right now.
right. And that we're standing literally right behind.
Charlie's gone. He's already
and-
gone.
Well, yeah, yes, of course. But yeah, they were standing right behind the tent at the time of the incident.
There's multiple eyewitnesses saying that Charlie Kirk has been shot in the neck, that they saw blood spray.
Do you recall what that this way thing was that the cop just did?
I think he was telling people to exit that way because that's where the exit is. They didn't want people going down to exit out from underneath. So later on, when they usher us out in the exact same way.
Was it weird to you that like there's still so many people kind of lingering?
I mean, clearly, like most of the crowd had gone. There's quite a few people lingering around there. I think, like, everybody's in shock. You know, like the vast majority of people I talk to, and when I look back at my own video, like I can tell I was in shock.
Did you have any fear that there could be another shot, explosion, anything else besides the initial incident?
Completely. I mean, that's why I'm right now. My whole thing right now is I'm trying to meet up with my kid. So.
Okay. So I
my
think
wife
we'll
was like,
play...
Liam wasn't with me. Find him, you know. And so like that's where I was just like on a mission. So I make multiple calls to him, and I'm like, look for me. I'm down here on the other side of, you know, Charlie's tent. Look for me here, you know. So
I think we'll play up until the point where Terrell Farnsworth takes down the SD cards. And then I think we'll maybe go to some audience questions because we do have some other things we'd like to get through by the end of the show. So would that seem like a good stopping point?
Sure. I wish I'd never recorded that.
Why?
Okay. Yeah, I want to hear why.
Did you read the Politico article that came out a couple weeks ago about what happened to him? He had to, they had to like move their house multiple times because of threats, and they had to rent a place under someone else's name. Like they've gone through hell because of the footage that I captured. So
because of their actions or because of your footage?
I don't fault him for what he did. You know, I think when it's your own, you're the guy in charge of that. You got people stealing hats off the table. Like, I can understand what he did. I don't think he committed a crime by any means. I've asked several people in the sheriff's department about that. So, you know, I think that what he's gone through is a direct result of my footage. So.
Well, why don't we go to audience questions then?
Well, can we play just a little bit more? We don't have to like stop it every few seconds, but just, I mean, for those who, you know, like want a refresher. I mean, we've been there, done that. If it's okay with you.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
Where are you? Okay, calm down.
We don't see it yet, Jordan.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
We just see your handsome face, sir.
I'm getting out of here.
Stay close. You guys up this way. Let's go up that way. Hey, go that way.
Did you know anyone with TPUSA, Adam?
No.
Had never interacted with anyone with the, college chapters or with national or anything like that?
I don't think so. I'm not Facebook. I'm co-follower or mutual followers with somebody who's in that crowd and I was before this. They reached out to me after the fact and said, "Hey, I'm part of the college Republicans," and we were already following each other. But beyond that, no.
Got it. Thank you.
Definitely not fireworks. So I think this is your software glitching.
Yeah, it's very choppy, Jordan. But maybe you can, I don't know, either.
When it was doing this before when I was up, back where somebody says stay down, and then when you played it the second time, it was smooth. So I think that makes me think it's your computer being choppy.
Now it's better.
So at this point, I've just positioned the camera, and I'm not really I looked briefly at the monitor to make sure I had, something decently in frame. And then I'm really just trying to figure out where my son is. So I'm not really looking, oh, what's Terrell Farnsworth doing? I just pointed my camera at the tent.
And you have not yet connected with your son at this point?
No.
And what made you stop here versus
to
go find your son?
I wanted to be in a prominent position where he'd be easily able to find me.
Mm-hmm. But you guys didn't ever discuss about a meeting place, did you?
You can't hear. It's hard to hear what I'm because I'm not talking into the mic when I'm talking to them. I'm like, Mike's mic here, phone here. I'm like, mic down, phone up, So I'm not capturing my conversation with him, but I'm like, hey, I'm moving over. I'm on the south side of the tent, and I'm waving. At one point, I'm waving my hands in the air off screen. I'm just the camera is just kind of unattended. So I'm not looking at the monitor. I'm scanning around, trying to see if I can see him.
Safety team is here. I just heard them say the active shooter, Charlie Kirk, has been shot. Charlie Kirk got hit, is what the security detail just said.
The security detail. Did you speak to the security detail or hear from them?
No, I just overheard them saying that. Those two guys right there.
Gotcha.
And I'm assuming at this point that they're part of the security detail. So.
We want to go to audience questions now?
Sure, we can do that.
All right. I think that's a good stopping point. It gets kind of slower from that point on.
Oh, there's a whole lot. There's a whole lot we could talk about later. Maybe we could bring Adam back for a part 2 on a different time. But yeah, let's go ahead.
Yeah, we want to get moving. All right. Have you heard the rumor that some people's videos that day were disappearing from their phones?
Yes, I've heard that. I haven't seen any confirmation of it.
Did you experience that at all?
No.
Okay. And did you hear that firsthand or secondhand or third hand?
I just heard it on Twitter.
Did you hear of David Levitt fleeing Utah, the Levitt family in Utah politics and law enforcement?
Yes, I worked really hard to get him defeated in his election. I captured him several times, lying to me when I'm interviewing him and saying something totally different than what he'd said on the record, regarding court cases that he was part of, where he'd used, pulled the levers of power to benefit one of his own friends, that kind of thing, and like directly contradicting the official record. And then, we put those videos out to get him defeated. And I think what the work I did in that case played a big part in getting him out of there. So I heard about him fleeing to Scotland, some castle in Scotland or something. I can't remember exactly what country it was, but it was overseas in Europe somewhere. So
that's wild. I mean,
in my opinion, it was a very corrupt DA. So,
I mean, would you say that the DAs in that area, I mean, do they have a history of corruption? Just if you could kind of set the tone on that, because it's like between Levitt and then, we're talking about the sanctions for, the current Utah County attorneys. It seems like a lot back to back.
Well, I mean, I think Jeff Gray is an honest guy. I have a lot of faith in him, and I worked really hard to get him elected. So, I don't think I wouldn't have supported him in the way I did if I didn't believe in him. I believe he was, especially between him and David Levitt, by far the more honest of the two options. So there was a third guy running that was part of David Levitt's county attorney's team. I think his name was Adam something, but I liked him as well, but he was just kind of a younger guy that he wasn't as like a seasoned veteran like Jeff Gray. So Jeff Gray had like an edge, and that's why that guy didn't make it through. But yeah, I think Jeff Gray's a good guy.
I'm going to go to the super chats now because I forgot that I should be doing that first. VTO Army, thank you for the $5 super chat. Adam, they say, Adam, thanks for being here. My question is, do you have any signed NDAs with TPUSA? I'm going to assume that's, we're not going to actually ask that.
I don't have any signed NDAs with TPUSA I don't have any connection with TPUSA other than, like I said, mutual followers with one of the college Republicans. Or I mean what are they? I don't even know what they call the group. The local chapter, I guess. I was mutual follower. But beyond that, no.
TPUSA, the TPUSA college chapter.
Yeah, the UVU chapter. So I was already a mutual follower of one of the guys that's in there before this event. Other than that, that's the only connection. Me showing up to 2 other Charlie Kirk events before this is really the only interaction I've ever had with TPUSA. So no NDAs with them.
Okay.
Or any other government agencies.
Yeah, I did not mean to read that one. I got tricked into reading that one.
I think it's a fair, Jordan, it's a fair question. It's a fair question. Like Adam does. Adam he's his own adult. He can choose to answer what he wants to. So
very high praise.
All right. 250 jewels. I don't know what that means, but thank you for that gift, I think, from Tandy. Okay. VTO Army, thank you for the other $5 super chat. Second question is, did your second cell phone have an Israeli SIM card?
No, but I bought this off of eBay after being told that after being accused of working for Mossad or whatever, I bought this patch for my gear bag. It says, it's a pager. It says Shalom Mossad.
Oh my God.
So I wear that. I wear that to the protests now, along with this beehive. So I got this beehive as well after Candace. So
you are just taunting them, Adam. You are taunting them. Everybody's gonna clip that.
Hey, I like a good joke. So
hey, you're ready to go viral.
And there, got the t-shirt.
Mr. Turpin, thank you for the membership. They ask, or they state there was pixelation originally on Adam's video at the time of the shot, but not on the later videos.
So that the one that they're referring to is the live stream version. So it completely glitches during the shot like 3 times. I don't know. Jason Goodman has a whole theory about it. It says that there's some drones flying that put a low energy attack or whatever, but I can't verify that. I have no idea what the deal is, other than in my experience, the cell phone streams are shoddy at best. That's why I always record. I try to double record. I try to record to the SD card and to the control device because of that problem. So that's just the nature of trying to do a live stream that I've learned.
Did you see any drones that day?
No, I've seen the stuff that people have pulled up, like Jason Goodman, Blake Bednar's out of my footage, but I'm more inclined to think I did see birds, and I'm more inclined to think it's a soaring bird that's not flapping. It's like he's soaring on the heat draft would be my guess, but I didn't see any drones that day. No.
Okay, I have to ask you, what about any large bugs? Can you explain these, like, I don't know if they're dragonflies.
There's a wasp that comes into the frame.
They may as well be pterodactyls, okay, for as all the wild stories that I've heard about them. But explain that, because there's a lot of folks out there who think that they could be drones. And tell us all about those big bugs.
We have a lot of paper wasps here in Utah. It's a common problem. Like, I got stung by a couple. I got nests all over my property I've been dealing with every summer, and they build nests everywhere, and they fly around, and you can see when I'm talking to those boys, at one point there's a paper wasp that flies between the boys and the camera, and so it flies right across, and the camera is 1080p. So, and stuff that's up close gets really good resolution. The stuff that's far away gets really bad resolution. So, because of the nature of this little camera lens, but there's a really good image of a wasp that was captured on there. It's kind of a unique little clip.
And what kind of wasp is it, you said?
I believe it's called a paper wasp.
A paper wasp. Yeah. Okay.
Because they
build the paper nests.
Okay. Do you recall, Adam, how many viewers you had on your live stream that day?
At one point when I checked afterwards, between the stream going down and the initial shot, I had about 60,000, which is like a personal record for me. So
you had that many people watching you live? Wow. I mean, how many do you normally have?
Not that many.
Well,
So,
I mean, we're
sometimes
like
I'll get in the sometimes I'll get in the hundreds.
600. I mean,
sometimes I'll get into the hundreds. When there's a planned debate or something like that, or like I said, it's hard to go live in these big events. If it's just a small debate or something like that, it'll be shared in all the local Republican groups, and I'll have pretty decent viewership, and that we're talking 200 max. So
okay.
Sometimes these debates, or these protests will get decent views, and then the stream will crash. So, which is why I've been, doing things like the hardwiring with the Ethernet and stuff like that, because I'm always trying to trying to get around the issues that I encounter at the previous one. Did
I know that there are some folks like Gary Melton. There are some other TPUSA folks. Like, have you heard from anyone like that after the fact who told you that they were in fact watching your live stream that day?
I went on Gary's show, and when we were talking about it, he said he'd seen my stuff. So I don't know if, it's not like I got a super chat or something that I can go back and look at.
Yeah, he just didn't mention that he was watching your stream that day, like live.
Yeah, before I went on to do this same type of interview on his show, like in the couple weeks after, that had come up. But
Got it.
Like I said, I know Mario Knopfel had shared it that day, but like soon after, I think it was when I was going down the stairs and I first talked to those guys that were talking, that were saying that were pointing and that kind of thing. Like at that moment, I was like between calls for my wife. Like I was looking at my phone because I'd been calling my wife and son, and I was getting tons of notifications. And when you get someone big, like a giant account like that, you get a special notification from Twitter. So, yeah.
Got it. So sorry for his photo, but there were a lot of questions again asking about Mormon ties there on that day. Can you give us some insight as to, if there was any sort of Mormon coordination that day?
Well, I know a lot of the TPUSA people are Mormons, so and I'm sure that there's a fair amount of the UVU chapter that are Mormons. So if you want to classify it as Mormon coordination, I would say that was probably the case. But I don't believe that there's this Mormon cabal like like Candace would make it out to be a Mormon mafia or something. Do Mormons hire other Mormons? Sure. I think that all groups tend to, gravitate towards associating with or hiring people that they can identify with. So I think that might be, just like you have any kind of group will tend to, do business with or associate with people that are kind of in their same thing. But I also don't see Mormons as, excluding people, that are not members of the church either. So, as far as like some Mormon mafia conspiracy, I don't believe that.
What about though the idea of Charlie, evangelical Christian, and coming into Mormon territory and not necessarily seeing eye to eye with the crowd? Do you feel that people were receptive to that, or that there were people perhaps who would oppose him?
Well, I think that,
within the Mormon community,
I think that Mormons, would be the first to tell you that Mormons consider, we consider ourselves Christians. So there's a lot of people that say Mormons aren't Christians. And I think that, I think it's a silly debate, silly argument to have, but there are people, I think that kind of thought would be more likely to come from the evangelical side than from the Mormon side. I think the group of Mormons would look at someone like Charlie and say he's one of us. He believes in Jesus Christ. I think that that's, and also there's a big segment within the church of people who are conservatives, specifically, and hold conservative beliefs and values and wish that the church would stand up for, for those kinds of values more aggressively. And so, or be stronger in that, where the official church kind of makes an effort to not be political one way or another. And so, where Charlie's out there standing up for and vocalizing conservative values, that's something that somebody that people within the church that hold that same viewpoint can look to him, as somebody who's leading in the Christian sphere for those conservative values. So I don't think there'd be a lot of people necessarily like disagreeing with him.
Okay, and then if we talk about that you'd covered a furries walkout at school, and they're making a reference to me talking about the furries that I've known in the past on the second.
I heard Jordan was a furry. Is that not true?
I have some hair for sure.
But
So,
okay, can you talk about
previously when I was talking to my son and I said, "Hey, Charlie's been shot in the neck. But this is unconfirmed. That's from my son." In my mind at that moment, I was trying my hardest to be a responsible reporter, because I'd been accused of being irresponsible while covering that furry protest. So the daily the Daily Beast had come out and said that the furry protest was organized in a Facebook group of parents, and some other influencers were all part of a Facebook group that organized the protest. And that group, this is what the Daily Beast said, and that group also included my wife, who was running for the school board. However, that school that protested was not in the district that my wife was running for, thing one. And thing two, I screenshotted all of her engagement in that group. Somebody added, one of the moms added my wife because she's out there, vocally, fighting against things that, are perceived to be in the schools. And so she's out there like making a splash. Somebody adds her to the group chat, and my wife's response was, "Hey, this school isn't actually in the district I'm running for. Here is the representative that is representing this school district or this specific zone. You should go and contact her." That was the extent of her, participation in the Facebook group of parents and influencers that the Daily Beast said organized that. And so the local leftist reporters here will go and say, "Oh, Adam staged that furry protest, Adam and his wife," and they cite the Daily Beast as their evidence. But the Daily Beast doesn't say, how my wife participated in the planning. So they just say the Facebook group also included Adam Bartholomew's wife, the guy who streamed that protest and made it go viral, So.
Snake Baby, thank you for the memberships. Adam, were you trying to figure out what Terrell Farnsworth was doing while you were filming him take down the cameras, or did you just so happen to catch it?
I just set up my camera, and I was trying to be in a prominent position so that my son could meet up with me. So I set the camera down, made sure I had like I was like, I got to make sure I'm up to the Kelly Raybon standards of filmography, and I made sure I had it framed in the shot, and then I wasn't looking at the camera in the control device. I was just waving behind and I texted my kid, I'm like, I'm on the south side of the tent. It's Charlie's tent. And I'm waving my arms, So that was totally unintentional, and I totally regret that. So
I mean, Adam, I've got to give you a clap because of all of the people who have not said my name, and you said my name and you nailed it. You said Kelly Raybon and you got it right on the first try. Thank you.
What did they say?
Raboni, Ray. They come up with all kinds of things. They can't pronounce my name, Kaylee. It's wild. So thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Goofy, thank you for the $2 super chat. Do you remember if it was cloudy that day?
It was not very cloudy that I recall. I think it was pretty clear skies, and it was hot.
Thank you, OK, for the $2 super chat. What is your opinion of Mike Lee and Mitt Romney?
Mike Lee is the most conservative senator we have in this country, let alone this state. Mitt Romney is what you call a Romney-crat, a liberal Republican that under any other circumstance would definitely be a Democrat. So not a fan of Mitt Romney.
Thank you for the other $2 super chat. Okay. What is your theory of what happened to Charlie Kirk?
I'm an official FedSlop believer.
All right. That is
here's my mind.
Yeah, go for
the
it.
Most,
Come on,
based
full
on
screen.
my
Let's let him go for it.
Based on my lived experience, that's the most logical thing that happened. If you look at the side shot from the south side of Charlie, when the shot happens, if you look at the front shots, first of all, this is called your trapezius muscle. So the shot enters below the, maybe it's this side, below the line of the trapezius muscle on the shoulder. So it's at a 10 degree angle, whatever, pointing down. So we're not talking about something that would just be through and through on the human neck. We're talking about an upper torso shot. The shot goes inwards, fractures the spine, and then the kinetic energy is absorbed by Charlie's upper back. You can see in the footage his chest and neck and head expand, so he goes from being all skinny and he looks fat like I am for a brief second. And then on the south angle, where he's looking at it from the side, you can see a gigantic bulge in his upper back shoulder area where the kinetic energy and the force and all the gases from that bullet are absorbed in his upper torso. So the bullet shatters his neck. You know, there's some of that force goes downward, probably affects his heart and lungs. Most of it is absorbed by, you can see like a cone bulging out of his upper back, and that's the bullet being absorbed. You know, I shot a yearling elk in January 2023 with the same weapon, and it was face on, and I was at an upward angle, so I was below the elk. I was about 80 yards away, so I was a lot closer than 140 yards. And the elk was looking directly at me when I shot it. I hit it directly in the neck. There was no exit wound. We quartered the animal on the hillside, and we found in the back of its neck the bullet fragments. So, you know, based on my lived experience, the most logical solution is what Jeff Gray and the good people at the Utah County Attorney's Office are saying.
Well, thank you for that input. Did you know that when the event happens on Charlie, if you pinch your shirt down here and yank it all the way to your ear like that, did you know that that's what happens to Charlie?
I've seen the replays of his shirt. Yeah. I've seen your little experiment as well.
Little experiment. Come on now, Adam.
I think that, so what happens is the bullet goes in, and we're only seeing, you know, a fraction of that footage at 30 or 60 frames per second. You know, we're not seeing 99% of what happened, but there's all that force from the bullet travel, and that's what expands his, you know, body full of gases, and it expands like a balloon before it deflates, and all the you know, it pulverized like a blender, his insides, his neck and upper torso area, and then, you know, expands with a ton of force, and then all that blood gushes out. And that's I think that's the shirt moving is, you know, is part of that, is all part of the kinetic energy from that bullet. So
what is it? It yanks up here though.
The shirt, loose shirt on a skinny guy, you know. So I'm no ballistics expert. I can only tell you what I can say from the best of my lived experience. That's what I'm seeing there, is that is what happened.
All right, we're not here to,
and I know there's all kinds of theories, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm not. If you want to debate ballistics, hey, I'm not your guy. So
all right, let's move on then.
I also don't think Charlie's alive somewhere. I heard that theory floating around from you guys, I think. But,
yep, you heard right. You heard right, but thankfully you're here anyway.
If that were the case, then I think that that would be an assault on Charlie's character as a husband and man, because if he is alive somewhere, what kind of a man is going to sit idly by and allow his wife to endure the hell that she's going through. That's my theory on that.
And we would beg to disagree for a multitude of reasons, which I would love to go through on a different day. But
Hey, we can disagree and still have a polite discussion, right?
Absolutely. That and we're all trying to just set a good example here. It's a marathon and not a sprint. So thank you again for being here. I think we have a few more questions.
There's a guy. Look at that guy's picture. First of all, that's the typical guy that reads the Daily Beast and says, Adam staged that furry protest. You know what happened with that furry protest? I got a call a couple days in advance, and I said, sure, why not? I'll go stream your protest. Sounds interesting. The morning of, I was like, 8 a.m. Like, who the heck is doing a protest at 8 a.m? Like, I got better things to do, like sleeping, and but at the end of the day, I was like, well, I promised that mom that I would go there to film her daughter walking out of school. So I went there and I set up my gear and filmed them protesting the furries in their school that were spraying them with Axe body spray as like spraying the kids in the eyes. They were scratching at them. Some kids were bitten by these furries that were acting out. A bunch of pictures and video from inside the school came out after the fact, from the parents and kids that were in the school. So,
wait, this was real? This was for sure real, confirmed.
There's a bunch of kids that were fed up with
by furries.
Yes, they were fed up with these kids being allowed to dress as furries during school hours, and the local news, like the Salt Lake Tribune, and then the Daily Beast, national news outlet, all said that, accused me of staging it, and said that it was totally fake and unfounded, even though photos and video from the parents and kids came out in the days after this went viral, proving that what they were saying was true, and they would not cover that at all. So
that's wild. Because it's maybe a different story for a different day, but I'll be quick. That James Tallarico, who is running for the Senate seat in Texas against Ken Paxton, he has talked about furry talk. Okay. Yeah. And it turned out that it was kind of it was far overplayed, but basically there was something out there that was, wanting to like ban this furry stuff in schools. And they were saying that kids were like eating out of cat, I don't know.
Some of the kids said that they were using litter boxes
litter boxes.
And I pushed back on those kids. I said, I heard that was just a rumor. And I don't believe they had they had just heard that. So I
sure enough,
he's back on that as best I could, but here's the reality. The parents of these kids, they reached out to KSL, ABC, Fox 13, the Tribune. They reached out to all of them and were totally ignored. I was the only person that said, yeah, you know what? I'll come and film you guys to get your story out. So
Adam, I gotta tell you, man, what happened to the white balance here?
Yeah. So before this event, so sorry about that, Kelly. I keep letting you down. So before this event,
okay. I mean,
hey, listen.
I'm just trying.
Before this event, I had done a debate, and I did an indoor debate, and it was really dark, or it was really light or something. I can't remember. So I had adjusted the white balance, and then I never adjusted it back. So I fired that. I'll tell you what, I fired my tech guy after that because that was such a bad look for our team. I fired him.
But yet he showed up to work the next day.
Correct. Yeah, he showed up to work the next day. Yeah. So sorry about that.
That's okay. That's okay. I had to give you a little hard time for that.
Well, 8 a.m. too. So
okay. Well, yeah, I'm not a morning person either. Have you ever met Hunter Kozak before?
Who's that?
He was the guy who asked the last question.
Oh, yeah. Okay, no, never met him.
Never seen him before because I think he had been kicked out of another event, and I'm not sure if it was in Utah before, but he was with the Enough America tour, and so just wondering if you'd ever, and he definitely lived in Utah, so wondering if you'd ever come across him.
He was kicked out of a Charlie Kirk event or
a TPUSA event, yeah.
Some Charlie Kirk kicked a guy out of a Trent Staggs campaign event that I was filming one time, but I don't know who it was, or maybe it was him. I don't know, but I never encountered that guy before seeing him, after.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. It was, I appreciate that. Okay, so I know you addressed this a little earlier to an extent.
Filming the rooftops. Baron Coleman said you were.
Okay, let Adam go full screen because I feel like he's got a full send on the rooftop issue. Tell us.
We went through the rooftop issue. It's so ridiculous. We counted it. I thought it was 7 seconds. It was actually like 5 seconds, where I'm literally carrying my tripod in one arm for the camera. It's pointing up in the sky. I'm carrying the tripod with my control device, the iPad, in my other hand, and I'm moving. So I'm moving from, get this, one location to another location. And so my camera pans across the Losi Center rooftop. That's one point where Baron Coleman made about 40 or 50 minutes of content accusing me of being a spotter for the hit team. And so that guy's a piece of crap. The other point where I was filming the rooftops, I was actually filming a rooftop, and that was towards the end of my video. You'll see as I'm going through, we're exiting the building. We go back up and around. We then go to the food court because my wife's in the food court area. As we're passing through, we're on the west side of the Losi Center on the walkway. The cops on, wait for it, the rooftop yell down at me and say, "You can't go that way. You can't go that way. Turn around." So I see all the cops on the roof. I think, oh, this is the area that kind of must have been where the shot came from, because look at all the police. So then we go back, as we were told by the cops, we go back the other way. We go around the north side of the Losi Center up to the very top of the hill, and I plant my tripod down and I point it at the cops on the rooftop. And so I filmed the police. You can see them if you look. They're on the roof. It's really weird. So instead of filming the ground, I filmed where the police were, which was the roof. So that's the second time that I filmed the rooftop. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, look, when you went to the corner of the Losi rooftop where the blob in black apparently
Spider-Man jumps off the roof.
Spider-Man off.
Okay. Spider-Man movie fires his web.
15 and a half feet.
Swings down on the,
yes.
off of the 12-foot roof. Yes.
Do you think that 15 and a half? I've measured it myself.
So in that section, now I don't know if you've ever heard of this rule of 4/3 or something.
Thirds.
Yeah, whatever.
Not 4/3.
The cops are in the center of the video. The cops are on the roof, and the Spider-Man corner is off to the right a little bit. So that's what's going on there. I'm trying to follow the rule of thirds. My videography mentor told me about that. And so I wasn't zoomed in on the Spider-Man corner. I was trying to capture the whole building, specifically where the police are at. I thought it might be interesting. I should have zoomed in on the police a little more and cropped out that corner so I wouldn't get caught up in all the conspiracies. That's what I should have done. And I tell you what, I fired my my film guy after that. So
you should have had Kelly in your ear.
I fired my film crew after that came out.
Shouldn't have been the feds in your ear. It should have been me. I would have directed you otherwise. So
She did that for me though when I was there. When I went to UVU, she was in my ear the whole time.
and
lovely.
I gave him grief.
A lot of
But
grief.
we were just trying to do the right thing and maximize
So I mean,
the opportunity.
here there really is no crowd to film. Like I'm filming the rooftop because the cops are there. So previously, when I'm filming the rooftop and not the crowd, it's literally 5 seconds as I'm traversing from one location to the other. Like, it's the most ridiculous conspiracy, like the lowest IQ, dumbest conspiracy ever known to exist, in my opinion. Like,
I thought that was a high IQ outfit.
if that were, yeah, it was a high IQ a low IQ conspiracy made by a guy in a high IQ outfit. You're right. So
Where's your mom?
look at that grassy knoll, you guys. Did you see that? Oh my god.
Oh, I heard you say grassy knoll.
We just cracked the case.
How many times had you been to UVU before this day?
So I'd been to the Utah State Republican Convention earlier in the year. It was like April of the same year. So I'd been there then. I think I'd been to some in one of their theater settings. I'd been to a debate there for Senate, I believe. So I've been there a handful of times,
There was someone. Golly, I'm like, who is that? That was that a bald guy walking across?
These kids right here, now they're not getting enough heat. These guys are not mentioned enough. If you go back just a little bit, what we were just looking at. The group of military,
the ROTC, the ROTC folks.
Yeah. I don't think that they've been talked about enough. There's a conspiracy there that's being overlooked, I think. You got to go forward, I think. Yeah, go forward. Sorry.
Yeah,
you
know what? I
want
to say that was it George Webb who had initially pointed out, as far as I recall.
My guys, we're talking about maroon shirts, and we got a literal military brigade marching in formation moments after the event.
So Adam Bartholomew on the record says that we
possibly be overlooked.
Okay, we need to be digging more into
where has Candace been. Candace has been actually purposely misleading us, telling us to look at maroon shirts, when really we have this military brigade in formation right here the whole time.
They look really sharp.
My goodness.
I don't know.
Keep going. Keep going. It gets
like
even,
that.
No, the other way.
Pink, about as sharp as that pink fire hydrant.
No, his belt buckle's not.
Keep going.
It's not centered.
Let it play. You must have like a stabilization software going, or were you just zooming out?
Because Adam knew it. Adam knew it wasn't stable.
Maybe, but I don't know.
Sorry, you said it, not me.
I told you I fired my film guy after that moment. So I fired him on the spot. I was like, what are you doing?
Oh my gosh.
I was like, Kelly's going to be pissed.
Yep. Kelly's going to tear me,
you're fired.
tear this video up. Okay.
There,
yeah.
Look at
But
interesting. Look at that formation. Look at that tight formation. You know who could probably do a trained military crawl on a rooftop? These guys.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. I'll bet you every one of these guys has a maroon shirt in their hand satchels. They all just changed real quick. Every one of those guys is carrying an inside out.
Oh my god. Okay, this right here is absolutely unacceptable. I got screamed at so much for doing that one time. Absolutely unacceptable.
Screamed at? Come on.
Oh my god, look at this.
Oh, I thought you were saying that I did something. Okay.
No, in boot camp. What on earth is this?
All right, next question.
You cannot put clothing over your shoulder. What is this?
Okay, you
can't do
guys,
that.
these are kids. They're kids. They're
All right,
kids.
she's not
I'm
running the
pretty
court.
sure.
She's not running the 5-minute mile. I can tell you that.
I mean, nor am I. Let's be honest. Anyway,
I like to see some military crawls.
yeah,
Sure.
I certainly haven't attempted one as of late.
So there you go.
Okay. I would like, golly, there was someone else who I wanted to ask about in that, but I'm sure I'll come back to it. I would like for you, because I think Jordan, we'd skipped past it, but it is important. It was before Adam made his way, I think, to the Losi Center, but Phil Lyman ordeal. Do you mind just sharing with us that little interaction that you had?
Sure. What do you want to know?
I mean, okay, so if we're not able to, let's see. Hold on, here we go.
You want me to pull that up?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I think it would be
Why are
great.
the newest on the bottom? This is so silly, StreamYard. Get your act together.
What's on the bottom?
At least on my side, the newest comments are on the bottom.
Yes.
It's really counterintuitive.
I suppose so.
So what do you want to know about my interaction with Phil Lyman?
So, okay, so you walk up to Phil and like, was he anticipating you? I mean, he kind of we'll play it in a second and the audience can assess the.
So I walked out and there's
but-
Phil and his campaign manager, Sophie. And, they're two familiar faces in the Republican scene. And I just said, hey, Phil, good to see you. Wish it were better circumstances or something like that. And then I like stuck my microphone in his face. I was like, did you see what happened? And he's like, no, I didn't see anything. And that was basically the extent of it.
Mm-hmm. But he makes this weird face and kind of chuckle. And it's like, he was just with Charlie in those moments before the incident. You would think he would be distraught if this was someone, who was his friend, or at least he admired in the political sphere. This interaction feels so strange.
There's people running again? Are you sure? They escorted us this way.
From some of the kids who were right there pushing everybody out. I was pretty.
Can you turn up the volume? Can you go back to where I walk out of there or no?
Yep. Can you go back a little bit?
There, yeah. So I'm pretty sure Sophie was out there too. Go back a little bit. Uh-oh. Man, you're going to get a write-up after this is over.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have Zoom ability, which is way better than anyone else has ever had. So that's the sacrifice.
Give him a pass this time, Kelly.
Okay, fine. I was having my own tech difficulties. My monitor somehow had turned off. So, yep.
Can you go back just a little bit to where I'm walking up to him?
Because we've also got this audio delay that's worth recalling.
Yeah, there's Sophie. Sophie's right there on the right. That's her in the maroon.
With
Look at that maroon shirt.
kind of-
Oh
yeah. Look.
my goodness.
Hey, I've clocked it. I understand. I know they have the maroon too. Trust me, I monitor all possibilities here.
See, like what we're getting here is I can just zoom right into Sophie like this. No one else doing this stuff can do this.
I will say that during a space, she actually said that she was not near Phil when this interaction happened. And,
Yeah.
to his credit, Blake,
Tell you what, I don't have time for a 6-hour Twitter space to go through that. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm just saying is that she said that she wasn't there. So I'm just noting that like she said that she wasn't there. Obviously she was, and I would say that's probably a memorable moment for her, but whatever. Anyway, let's play it.
You can see he acknowledged me there. I don't know if you can turn it up, but
I'm gonna turn it up again.
Yes, the cops are showing up. You'll have to mute yourself too. I see what happened.
How are you?
Did you see what happened, Phil?
No.
I see the audio delay is really bad at this point. So, like, it gets worse and worse. That's why I'm saying when I'm editing, doing post edits, like it's a challenge because the longer you go, the worse it gets.
You were talking. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying you could tell when Phil's talking, like the audio delay is really bad at this point. And so that's why when I'm doing post edits to try and sync up the audio, like at the beginning, towards the beginning of a video, it's fairly decent, and then it starts to get worse and worse and worse. And so I'll sync up the first 10 minutes, and then the next 10 minutes is off more, and then the next 10 minutes is off more. And so I'm constantly like clipping the audio to sync it up. It's just like frustrating. That's how I can put it.
No.
I see what happened.
How are you?
Did you see what happened, Phil?
No. I was pretty.
I talked to yes, right.
That's really hard to understand. I can try to fix it real fast, but I don't know that we have time for me to try to fix
out
that
there
right
where
now.
people have clipped that and synced up the audio. Like,
yeah.
He just says no and then gives a weird smile. Like, who knows?
What was your take on it? Like,
my take was that he didn't want to be interviewed, so I just picked up my camera and moved on.
And you guys had beef before a little bit? No. Okay.
No.
I guess for some reason I was thinking in a previous, maybe it was him that he had said that, like, he had implied or said directly that you guys had some sort of beef, and like as though he didn't take you seriously, and so that's why he was kind of like smirking.
I can tell you that his people, like the people on his campaign, the people that support him financially, that kind of thing, like Sophie there, that's on the video. There's another guy named Casey Gale that was working for his campaign at one point and is a big time Lyman supporter. They publicly came out during his write-in campaign after the primary election, that kind of thing, and said, "Oh, we're keeping track of people who are not using their platform to support Phil Lyman and talk about his election claims and that kind of thing." And so, they were very vocal about that. And, and I got flack at the time for not promoting his stuff. And, I think that might be what he was. I heard that, somebody sent me that from one of the Laissez-Faire Lounge spaces that he was in.
Yep.
Says,
That's it.
that.
Yeah.
So
yep.
I know what you're talking about. At the end of the day, it's like, and that's the same reason that they don't like Mike Lee. Like Mike Lee's the most conservative senator we have. And he came out and said, as Republicans, we settle our differences in the primary. And then when Spencer Cox won the primary, Mike Lee did what Republicans that are in office do, and they supported each other. And so, those guys in the Lyman camp never got over that. And so they can't see past that moment. They believe Phil Lyman's the rightful governor of Utah and this kind of stuff. And so they hold a grudge against anybody who didn't, use everything anybody has, any platform anybody has to go and back then it was a big drama, and a big thing during the primary, campaign, the loss, and then he ran for a write-in, candidate, and they were unhappy that people weren't, using platforms to support him in that way, and so like there's only, and my wife was running for school board. She lost the primary. I was for one thing during the primary, I was putting up signs every night for my wife, and at all hours of the night. Like I was driving around, I was working full time. I was doing my normal stuff, videoing the debates and that kind of thing, not only for her debates, but for all the other candidates in the county. So, doing that kind of stuff and doing signs, which is a job in and of itself, going out and putting out campaign signs and ordering them. I was also doing the financial reporting for the campaign, and accounting for all the stuff. Like I was freaking exhausted. I didn't have time during the primary to stump for Phil Lyman. And then after the primary, like I was done. Like I wasn't out there. It's not like I was out there supporting Spencer Cox. Like I got a full-time job. You can only take so much time off. And when the primary is over, like you can't just, keep going when you're an unpaid, activist, volunteer, whatever you want to call it. Like at some point you gotta like, hey, I'm going back to work now, so like, paying my bills has got to be top priority at some point. And so, and I got heat for that. I got kicked out of some groups, some group chats and stuff for that, for not pulling my weight, whatever. It's like
the drama.
Like, yeah. So that, I think that's probably what Phil's referring to in that laissez-faire lounge space.
Mm-hmm.
So, like everybody was all tight before, in that, in 2024. And then as the primaries shook out and that kind of thing, and then they were retroactively going back and saying, we're going to hold people accountable for not using their platforms to promote Phil and, that kind of thing. And it's like,
but
sorry, I got better things.
Okay. But do you think that Phil kind of inserted himself into the dialogue, like, for the national, I don't know, for the national audience to see, not just Utah folks? And then at the time he wasn't even technically running for something. Then suddenly,
well, I mean, their campaign never really ended. So, after 24. So, I don't know when they started planning to run for Congress, but that's not something you just like do overnight. So I'm sure there was probably plans there. I don't know. Did he insert himself? The news was out there asking everybody for, interviews. So Phil went on a fair amount. I did a couple, I did several YouTube interviews. I did a couple mainstream news pieces, where I just like did a quick, that day, like outside of UVU, some people were contacting me. And so I did like a quick 5-minute thing on one of the national newses here or there, but, so, I mean, it's not like he was alone in that, they were asking everybody. So did he like make it a thing for his campaign? Maybe. I know Sophie said in those laissez-faire lounge spaces that she was really hoping that the death of Charlie Kirk would be, an opportunity to platform the corruption, what they see as the corruption in Utah's political system and government, So take it for what, take her for what she said. That's what she said. So,
yeah.
Does that mean that they were hoping to be a platform for Phil Lyman? I don't know, but it seemed to be like a big centerpiece of their campaign. Like, they came up in my caucus meeting where, where people were asking about, Phil Lyman saying that he doesn't believe Tyler Robinson's the shooter. So, like, was that the right move for a congressional campaign? Who knows? I never ran one. So, but that moment, I think that it's really overlooked how everybody who's there is really in shock, especially when, like, at some point between me filming Terrell Farnsworth and interacting with Phil Lyman, at some point in there, I saw the video, of Charlie Kirk, like, it was online. And so, like, there was times where people were like, "Oh," I even said it on my stream at one point. Like, I heard that he's stable or something, and because I think I'd seen it, because I was like going through notifications and stuff, and I think I'd seen it on a feed on Twitter, and then I saw the video, and I was like, "There's no freaking way he's stable." And so, and I think that at that point, Phil had probably seen it as well. Like, so I think that's probably like an overlooked aspect of this. I think that all of us were in shock. That's my take. So
I remember, and I'm sorry, we're not going through. If we were going through the entire video, I would be able to kind of pinpoint the exact moment. But I know there's a moment when you say that the cops said he was on the roof, and I could never hear, anyone telling you that. Do you recall how you had that information?
Yeah, they're like, I could hear things. The mic, as you could tell when I was interviewing those guys, like, the gain was up too high for me. But then when I'm interviewing those guys, you can barely hear them. Like, the mic wasn't picking up everything that I was picking up with my gigantic ears, So, like, I was hearing stuff, people saying things, the cops saying things, and then I would be like those guys when I call them the safety team, like, I heard them say that Charlie had been shot in the neck or whatever, and then I would say it in the microphone. The security team just said, and so, like.
So you heard that from someone in the periphery, or do you?
I heard somebody. I heard it. Yeah, I heard it, and then I interacted with the cops on the roof, and I was like, "Oh, I heard he was off the roof. The cops just yelled at me from the roof. I better go film that roof."
Okay.
Goofy Mama 5 Kiddos, thank you for the $2 super chat. Are you upset that Thomas Massey lost?
Not particularly, no.
Serene, thank you for the 200 joules. I still don't really know what that means, but
I think it's like a graphic or something. We'll have to check it out. I think it's something that's in the stream.
Live chat.
Yeah,
it's in the live chat. Thank you for that. And then so they said flow state, and then they said flower. Maybe that's the cartoon that it.
I think it's like an animation deal that you can see within YouTube, but we'll have to.
Yeah,
I think that one's new for us.
Okay. Do we have any other chats to get to, or any other parts of the stream to look at?
I mean, we have gone over and above asking Adam to be here and talk through all of this. So thank you. Let's see. I think for the most part, that covers the big points.
I think we got through a lot tonight.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Well, you'll be, Adam, I think you'll probably, you might be tapped out from talking about this for a while. So, I mean, okay, let me ask this. How are you and your son, your wife doing after having experienced that?
Well, I mean, this stuff from Candace, made it all the way back to my kid's school, so like, we just tried to like insulate him from it, and you just take it day by day. So you turn off notifications and just be like, well, it is what it is. So,
Yeah.
you know, the reality is when you get out of the office and take your camera out and do stuff in the real world, you know, shit happens. Sorry, I know you got a rule against cussing, but
That's okay.
you know,
We violate it every now and then.
It's
so,
late enough.
you know,
And we have a
so-
button for it too.
So, you know, and like I said, I got a lot of regrets from that day, but here we are.
Well, thank you so much, audience. I hope you guys give him a round of applause, you know, for being here, for toughing it out for almost 3.5 hours. Thank you again, Adam, so much. Life is Driving on YouTube and on X.
Pull that up real fast. Let me pull that up real fast. This is your channel.
That's me.
And we've had a lot of folks who have said, come back. You're a great sport.
A lot more than just the Charlie Kirk event.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on there.
Subscribe to Life is Driving on YouTube. And I'm looking down at my phone or something in that, I guess. Oh, well. So there's the channel. Go ahead and sub to Life is Driving.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for
Thank
coming
you
on.
so
Really
much, Adam. Appreciate it.
Yeah, nice meeting you guys.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, when I come back to Utah, I don't know if you're going to be there in September at the hearing, or were you there at the hearing?
I was going there. I went there on Thursday to check out the scene. I was planning on going Friday, but I couldn't get the time off work. So
I can't believe I missed you. All right. Well, who knows? I'm just popping up every now and then there. So maybe I'll see you in the future.
cool.
Thanks again,
there.
Adam.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Appreciate it.
Okay, bye.
Okay. So,
Jordan. Whew.
That
I know
went
we were
pretty
gonna,
well.
Yeah, I think so. We appreciate everybody being here. My goodness. It's been, this was a meaty stream. I know that we wanted to get to, you know, a bunch of other like hot newsworthy issues, but my gosh, Jordan, it's
Why don't we
almost 2 a.m. So
do 5 minutes of that?
okay.
Let's rush through it. Okay. So the first thing we wanted to talk about was the new rooftop footage, right? You okay?
Yes, I'm good. I was just worried about you because that was a lot.
No, I'm good. I can keep going. I'm good.
Okay.
I mean, you wore me out the last 3 nights in a row, staying up super late. But I'm good. I'm good.
I had to make sure that you knew all the things. There's been so much going on.
We have, what do we have? We have the new rooftop video, if I can still speak. But I just had a whole cup of coffee.
Oh, well,
cups of
in that
coffee or
case,
something.
you're ready to go.
I'm ready to go. And why is it that every time I look at this thumbnail, I'm looking down on my phone? I was only looking down on my phone for 2 seconds.
Okay, we'll talk about it later. Because you always give me a hard time about looking at mine. And I was like, this time it was you.
I was giving you a very hard time last show.
I know.
Okay, so the new rooftop footage, let's play this real fast. This is good. All right, so this is the new rooftop footage that Candace released a couple nights ago.
Do you want to take down the banner?
When I was on Candace duty, yes, I can take down the banner.
Boom.
So this is the rooftop video of suspect going out to the rooftop. And this is serious time because some people believe that this is when Charlie was killed and that this is the person who killed him. We don't believe that Charlie was actually killed, but we do want to have respect for the people who think this is what happened. But this is basically the exact same footage that was played in court, only this time the camera is much closer to the screen playing the footage, so it is much clearer. And what we see in this footage, some of the things that were pointed out by Candace were that there's a flash right here.
Oh, the little like circle. That?
No, that's X.
Oh.
That's just the loading thing.
Oh,
But-
what looks like a flash in front of him? Or the
Yeah, hold on. Let me just pull it. Let me pull it out in my video editor because X is like not helpful right now. Can you read some chats or something? While
Yeah, I
I
was just going to talk to the chat for a minute. You guys, that was really fun. You know, I mean, I think that we were able to cover a lot of ground and, you know, do it tactfully. This is a non-traditional format. And so, I mean, I'm still learning in terms of like my old life was doing these interviews in person, right? And there's just a different vibe. So when you've got a live chat going on and then you're speaking to someone virtually and, you know, you've got a video that you're talking about and you're trying to integrate the audience. And I mean, there's so much like going on and we all have different thoughts, different opinions on it, different things we want to hone in on. And yeah, I just think all in all, we collectively did a great job. So thank you all for being here.
Yes. And you did a great job, Kelly.
Well, thanks. You too, Jordan. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I have this in my video editor now so we can actually see it properly without the spinny thing coming up every 2 seconds. All right. So what we see him do is he runs up here, then he hangs a left, then he does this military crawl. I don't necessarily know that it's actually a military crawl, though. I mean, it kind of seems like you're just ducking while moving. I don't know that it's a super technical military crawl. I mean, you're just going up to the edge of the roof, keeping a low profile.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe someone in the military who's trained that before can tell me otherwise, but to me, it just seems like he's moving. This is the flash. You see?
Oh, in front of him. Yeah.
Yeah. And Resolve, like this is why I do not use Resolve. I cannot zoom in on this. I wish I could zoom in. This is why I use Blender. But that's the flash.
I mean, could it be a car or
not that one? But we do have
because
God, I can zoom in.
Oh, it's okay. Because you do see it on the roof part still.
I'm going to drag and drop that into Blender because I have to be able to zoom in.
Okay.
I must be able to zoom in.
You must.
You have no idea how infuriating this is.
Okay. So, in the meantime, I'm going to pull up 2 comments from, I hope it's Mary, maybe it's Mari, or please feel free to DM me and correct me on the pronunciation. But, all right, KR, as a long time
it's Mary Stu. It's Mary Stu.
Yeah. Well, I think it's Mary, but I'm just saying if it's Mari, I want to make sure that I'm saying it properly. As a longtime fan and viewer, why is everyone saying that this is the same video from court? It is not. And then, hold on one moment. I saw she had another one, and I thought I had it pulled up, but just a second. There we go. So Jesse on Fire pointed this out. This is not the same video played from court. How do they know that? I don't think that Billy and Brandy disputed. I thought that they said that it looked like the video that they saw in court.
Well, let's pull up the video from court, shall we?
Well, that's going to be different though. If we're talking about two different videos, there's the video that was publicly displayed in court over the live stream, and then there is video that was shown to them on Friday.
Well, I'm talking about the one that we saw in
Inside
court. That we saw. Oh, by the way, we have an award show coming up next Thursday.
Oh, yes.
You should watch.
Okay.
And you should
Yeah.
nominate your favorite people. So all the
Absolutely.
1,200 people watching, you should go onto our X post on Try and Prove It X.
Mhm.
So you go to Try and Prove It. Why is it not pull up? Okay, Elon, I'm talking to you right now. How come when I type in Try and Prove It into your search, it pulls up Paramount Tactical? Why is this? Can someone please explain this to me? Okay, so go to Try and Prove It and then go to Articles. And this is where you nominate. These are all the categories. And then you just type in your nomination down here. So for example, we have, can I zoom in? Best receipt pull, needle in the haystack, most obscure but genuinely useful discovery, the source whisper, the best fact check, the best investigative collaboration. Hello. Best moderation.
I mean, but we're not going to nominate ourselves or anything.
No. Best emergency live stream, most likely to remember a post from 8 months ago. Most iconic catchphrase, best community meme, best running joke, community MVP, most faithful subscriber, best newcomer, unsung hero, the most respectful disagreement. I think Kelly and I might have a stream that might qualify. Most likely to be a Fed. We also have best documentary style video, best original AI song, best visual aid in a stream, best thumbnail, best editing, best camera op. I think there might be a family member in Kelly's family who might be gunning for that. Best episode title, best clip taken out of context, most improved production quality, and the final ones are the best single stream, best independent discovery, best independent contribution, and best community moment. We're probably going to do a Spaces on X over the weekend, I think, if Kelly's on board. And we're going to just talk about that and hopefully get a bunch of nominations during that Spaces on X. And who knows, maybe we can even stream it to YouTube at the same time to get even more nominations. But anyways, that's
we
what
wanted it to be
doing.
A community building thing. You know, we're so appreciative of everyone, even, you know, I mean, all those who watch, but also all those who we agree with and disagree with, you know, that we have this ongoing dialogue, because it has been a long 10.5 months. And it's like, let's just recognize the work, the sacrifices that people have made as they have taken time away from friends and family and, you know, life to really, hopefully sincerely, investigate the case.
Kelly, why am I on X right now?
Because you wanted to show the awards.
No, I opened X for something else, but I don't remember what.
Oh my goodness. I know. We're definitely hitting the time for Jordan to go to sleep.
I wanted to, for you to go to sleep because you didn't sleep last night.
Yeah.
But I was
okay. Oh, we were looking at footage.
Oh, that's right.
Roof
I was going
footage.
to pull up that episode.
And the video from court.
The video from court. And then I saw this and I got distracted by this. That's right.
Thank you everyone in the chat. See, they're still engaged and with it. They're going to like poke and prod you all the way to the finish line.
Right, prelim hearing, here we go. That was on day 3. Where all the The day that I sent you out to the campus in the middle of the stream, was that the second day or
I
the
think
third
that
day?
was the second day. That was the second day, I
day?
think. Yeah. Because Wednesday was the half day that started late.
That's right.
And so then this would have been around noon. I mean, well, when I left.
This was the David Hull day, I think.
So it was early. See, yep. So somewhere in there, there we go.
Okay. So, yeah, this is the same footage, I think. This is the same footage, isn't it? Let me zoom out and take the blender. I think this could be the same footage. Maybe? It's really blurry. I don't know. What do you think?
Right now we're not looking at the same like framing at all.
Yeah.
Right now I'm seeing the parking lot and then the roof.
I would like for this to... Well, this would be the same video, I think. So this would be it. I think it could be the same video. I don't see the green sign though. I don't see the green, I don't see the yellow. I don't see the white steeple in the background that we need to talk about before we end.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should just go back to the point at hand. Honestly, it really doesn't matter if it's like precisely the same. I think that the bigger issue was us just proving that the video did line up with what is there in reality.
Oh, you mean the steeple?
Yeah.
Okay, so well, let me get through
To me, it
the
doesn't
video
really
itself
matter
first.
if this is precisely the same video and angle as was shown in court. I mean, people are going to dispute that regardless, but I think it's worth, clearing up any remaining question about if this is a legit angle or not.
So the way he's lying prone right there, he really shouldn't have... He should be able to hit the pond, but he should not be able to hit Charlie, right?
That's our thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah. He's not close enough to the edge. So
And yeah, I mean, and in fairness, I think that we were able to get that perspective because of the work that Blake did while he was there. Right? I mean, if he's not all the way to the edge, were you thinking before all of that if he wasn't, that he had to be 100% all the way to the edge?
Well, I didn't know where he was.
Okay.
But now I see where he was. And you cannot get a 9-degree down angle from this position on the roof. If he was up closer to the edge, then he would be able to get a 9-degree down angle, but he cannot get a 9-degree down angle from this position. 9 degrees down from that position will be into the roof.
But even the drone footage, I honestly don't know if Blake is able to even talk about his drone footage or show. It doesn't seem that he can show it anymore. But that
I'm not really worried about it.
Well, I understand that, but it was valid potentially that when it hovered above, like this much above the gravel, that like you couldn't see anything.
I'm not really that worried about his drone footage.
Okay, well then, did you how do you determine then what someone can see or not see from that far away from the edge of the roof?
With the 3D model that shows the exact same thing that his drone footage shows.
Okay.
So yeah, he does that, then he runs away. But
yeah, I just hadn't heard anyone talk about like beforehand that that there was not a shot there, even though they've had the 3D model for 10 months or maybe 9 months.
We didn't know how close he was to the edge of the roof until now. So.
Okay.
So, anyways, the alignment here. Let me see if I can get Google Earth up. There was a claim made that I need to pull up Google Earth. What was you want to talk about the coffin, the funeral, while I get Google Earth up?
I don't think we need to go back to Google Earth. I think if you feel that that there is no shot to begin with, then
no. The alignment, remember?
Discussing.
No,
well, yeah. Why don't you
alignment.
just pull up, the tweet or something versus your tweet versus, or if you want to, okay.
Let me see if I can find the tweet. Or did you DM it to me? Or I think you DM'd it to me on X.
Okay, here we go. Mr. Sice or
he deleted the tweet.
Mike. Oh, his tweet? Oh no, that would be in our live stream.
What?
The Blake tweet?
No, I'm not talking about Blake.
Okay, well then what are you talking about? I was talking about your tweet that was put on Try and Prove It that you made last night. Or 2 nights
I can
last
pull up
night.
That tweet.
Okay, so Sace Mike, it's not even close to the edge. It's a completely different spot on the roof. No, it is actually, we're about to show you why it's just fine.
Okay, so this is Google Earth on the left. This is the security cam footage on the right. There's a claim made that this is impossible, but what they were doing was they were confusing this steeple for this steeple. They thought it was this steeple, but it's actually this one that we can see in the security cam footage.
Okay. Are you able to, so this picture was confusing to me. It really should be flipped, right? Because from the rooftop, they think that they're looking at the Valhalla or whatever, thought that they were looking at the large rooftop. Excuse me, the large steeple.
Let me see how fast I can find this.
So I think that angle needs to be flipped.
Last time I was so much faster. Oh, here it is. I already found it. Boop, got it. And the steeple's going to be, where is it? Right here. So you want it to be like this?
Well, I want it to be from UVU.
This is from UVU. Like this?
Yeah, that's totally different from what you were showing a moment ago. Yeah, it's
Well, yeah,
flipped.
because I had it over here.
And in this position, that's not where UVU is, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Do you remember what time it was last night when we were doing that, though? It was 3 a.m. But this is the I was very tired when I did that. I was not completely focused. But this is over here.
Mr. Mike, okay, look, I know that you are not picking up what I'm putting down right now, but I'm going to ask you, sir, have you been to UVU? Have you stood on that rooftop?
Who are you talking to?
Mike in the chat, Mr. Sace Mike, okay? I'm telling you, bud, like, we've got it figured out, okay? Look, we're going to show you right now.
I don't know if is he chatting again or is it the same chat?
Yes, he was chatting again, saying that it's not. And so I'm just letting him know that we're working on it right now. Don't worry about it, Jordan. You just keep focused on showing.
Oh my God, I just broke it again. See how quickly it just completely messes up? Oh, now it crashed almost. Okay, so you see now it won't let me. This thing sucks so much. See, I can't go down.
Okay, you don't have to. You don't have to. Just that's good. Just go a little forward as to like, okay, just stay right there. No. Okay, stay right there. Can you make your mouse bigger? Because
if I can remember which.
It's hard to see. Accessibility.
Accessibility. Okay.
Mouse.
Display. Mouse.
Maybe.
Pointer control. Nope, that's not it. Is it display? Pointer size. Here we go. Is this big enough?
Yes. Now we're cooking. Okay. So, folks, let's see. Okay, I can see it right there. Yeah. Okay, everybody, here we go. Whoa. Now what'd you do, Jordan?
I tried to zoom in a little bit.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Thank you. Sorry, I looked away for a second and then the screen had totally changed. Okay.
See, this is Google Earth's fault. Okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You take it away.
So we have two different steeples here. The little one and the big one. Valhalla mistakenly thought that the one we saw in the security cam footage was this one, but it wasn't. It was this littler one over here. So because the camera is right here and it was lined up with Tyler Robbins or with the suspect on the roof, he thought that the camera must be over here in order to get that lit. Oh, I did not move it that way. Oh my God, man.
It's okay. It's okay. It is all a matter of perspective. That is absolutely right. Illumonic. Thank you. You know, just as when I first went to, and I think Jordan had a similar experience, but for me, when I walked into UVU and experienced the courtyard for the first time, I was amazed as to how small it was, how close the buildings were. I'd heard people talk about that before, but it's one of those things where it's like you have to see it to really understand. And in my opinion, even Google Earth does not do it justice. Even though it is a helpful tool, it does not do it justice given the amount of elevation changes, levels, you know, different things that foliage can vary from season to season. There's just a lot to take into consideration. How you doing over there, Jordan? Did you fall asleep?
No, I'm reading a text from Christy, our moderator.
Oh, okay.
I don't. Okay. So what I was trying to say was Valhalla thought that the steeple in the back of the footage was this steeple. So he thought that the figure must be actually right here. And that was where a suspect was sat down. But that ended up not being correct because it was actually the other smaller steeple. And now it has... But it's actually the smaller steeple, this one over here. And that's how we know that it actually does line up correctly. And we can see the green and the yellow, and it all lines up correctly because it's the smaller
of the highway
steeple,
sign.
The highway sign, yeah. And this is a highway sign over
there
here.
You go.
And then this is the little steeple that we see in the footage that I will pull up again here. So we see the highway sign and we see the little church steeple, but we do not see the big church because it's all the way over here. So we just mistook the little steeple for the big steeple, or the big steeple for the little steeple. I don't know which one. But the main idea there is no conflict. The original location that we thought for the low-Z roof shooting position remains correct. There's no change. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably good for this evening. You know, look, it was a big.
We should mention the funeral though, right? Because that's our thing, the fake death thing, right?
It is. We can mention it really quickly, but I think it would be better to do a separate stream on it or something because I think we are really running on fumes at this point, Jordan. You know, it was a big week, I think, for us in the fake death community, given the amount of things that, I don't know, intentionally or not, I feel that Candace had mentioned that would apply to someone who was potentially faking their death.
Yeah, so he wasn't buried apparently, or there's like a lot of drama and a lot of secrecy around, you know, whether or not he was buried, and people were not allowed to see anything. And it was really sketchy and really weird, but we can talk about it another time.
Mm-hmm. That coupled with the idea that essentially Timpanogos Hospital emergency department was evacuated, basically. Sounds absolutely bizarre. All before the incident. All of these things are sounding very, very strange. If true, because granted, you know, I don't have independent confirmation of any of those things, nor do I think you do, but we are relying on what Candace has said. And if so, that's a big deal. Now, of course, she said today, Jordan, I will remind you, she said today she is on Team Road Mike. So I can't give her, you know, 100% A+, but I will say.
Why do you need to evacuate the whole hospital of everybody, all these people, just to hide that, oh, the wound in his neck was actually from this. No, the only reason you need to clear out the whole hospital before is because Charlie isn't even a patient.
So stay tuned for that. There's a lot more that we will have to say, but I think we can really do it justice if we are
and you
able
don't
to like
have to
talk
have
through it
all
all.
the secrecy. You don't have to have all the secrecy around the body if it was actually this instead of a 30-06. Like, you can fix that. You don't need like, the only reason you need to do all the secrecy with the body and with the burial, sorry.
I was like, Jordan, you can't say burial.
Is because there's no body. If you bury an empty casket and put it under a tombstone for Charlie Kirk, and then Joe Schmo comes up and exhumes it illegally or legally, guess what? The whole world found out your trick. But it doesn't really matter if it was just a slightly alternate cause of death. But there's no body to bury, so like, they have no choice but to do all this secrecy. But I guess that'll do it for tonight's show, yeah?
Burl. Yeah, thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. I see Christy had said, I think they evacuated because the shooter is still on the loose. But if, in fact, Candace is correct, she said that they evacuated beforehand.
Before the shooting even happened is when this happened.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Special request for that. I know I need to start keeping them in here. Hold on. Just because this will be the hand finale. How about that?
Mm-hmm. And we're about to hit 4 hours. So thank you everyone for watching Try and Prove It. You should definitely subscribe. We have a lot of new people in the stream tonight. You should definitely go over to YouTube if you're not already on YouTube, and you should definitely subscribe to the Try and Prove It YouTube so we can get up to 1,000 subscribers. Did you take that from the that Erica Kirk wept over?
I did. You got a discount on, the hands that were used for 5-minute photo ops.
All right. Good night, everyone. Thanks for watching. Go ahead and subscribe to the Try and Prove It YouTube. All right. Good night, everyone. Bye.
Bye.